There, I've gotten there. Good morning. Good, happy Saturday morning. We are live and on the air. Um, and I remembered to start recording us on time, which I forgot last time I was hosting. But now I've got to remember how to let Mark record.
My name in the participants list.
In the participants list. Well, let me see. I guess we won't do there. Mark, participants, more, pin, make host, rename. Allow to record local files. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Good. You're welcome. This meeting is recorded by the host or a participant. Did you get that thing when I started recording? Are we doing this right? Yeah, we are. Good. So here we are on another Wednesday with the U.S. represented, Sweden represented, Australia represented, Germany. No Canadians with us this morning.
Hey.
I guess you qualify, Mel. You can be Canadian instead of Australian. We still have an Australian with us.
Bit of both.
And Dan, our normal technical host, is having fun on the river doing a do-it-yourself or build-it-yourself race boat, an annual thing in his town of Petaluma. So I am trying to keep track of that, keep track of who's entering. Oh, here's Canada. And I will say, good morning, Yolanda. Do you want permission to record also?
Yes, please.
Let me see if I can
Well,
remember.
Lorena?
Let's see. Yolanda, more. I just figured that out for Mark. Allowed to local record. There we go.
I thought I was the only one crazy enough in Australia to get up at 1 a.m.
Get up. I'm still up.
Still
Same
up.
thing.
I can't remember. Do you pronounce your name Lorena?
Yeah.
Just the way it's spelled. I'm not good at reading. Well, welcome all. And this morning, yours truly is not only technical man and host, but presenter. We do have a few lined up for future times, but I didn't get around to get anybody this time, so I thought I would share a few things with you that run through my mind on occasion. And yeah, let me just mark something down. This is stuff that's choreographic things that are very obvious to me and obvious to some of you and not others, so I just wanted to share to be sure. Share to be sure. And the first one I want to talk about is doing a grand right and left without an Alaman left. And I don't want to give you lots of sequences that do that. I just want to tell you a basic trick and then give you some examples of it. And I want to share my screen. Here we go. Terminations. And now the terminations are up. I want to be able to put gallery view and see many of you. Here we go.
Don?
Oh, yes.
Just before you start there, if you wanted to make myself or somebody else a co-host while you're dealing with the monitoring and the sharing and whatnot, if anybody comes in the waiting room, they can let people in for you so you don't have to monitor two things at once.
Okay. Actually, I will do that, Mel. How do I do that?
You just click on the right dots, the three dots over
Yeah.
someone's name.
Yeah, I've done that. This print's too small. I'm just zooming in to look at it. I'll just put you in the waiting room. Spotlight, make host. That's what you need?
Now make co-host.
Co-host.
Oh, cancel. Mute, stop video, chat, pin, spotlight for everybody. Make
You can do it
host.
from the same thing with the participants list, their name and then more.
Let's do that. Zoom back out. Move this. Look for the participants list. We should turn the recording off at this point. There's Mel. Click on more. I wonder if I can't do that because I'm not the host. I'm the co-host.
You're the host. It says you're the host.
Okay.
Just click on somebody else's name. You should be able to make them co-host.
I've got the more on yours, and I'm allow to record, allow multi-pin, put in waiting room, rename, report. Now I'll just take care of that also.
Okay.
I've got the doorbell rings when somebody shows up, so I can just excuse myself and go there. Somebody just
like I just did. Hello there.
yes, Bill, I let you in.
Do I need a note? I was late. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a note from your teacher, or no,
Yeah,
from your parent.
Oh, how about my wife? Oh, she's not here.
Oh, that's why you're able to join us, huh? So starting all over again, because I really didn't get very far. I thought I'd share a few things today that are obvious to me and sometimes obvious to others and sometimes not. Somebody was asking, is this for newbie callers or experienced? And the answer is whoever hasn't thought of it before. But anyway, some people like to give variety to your normal dancing by going directly to a right and left grand. And they've come up with all sorts of sequences that allow you to do that. But there's one basic thing. Let me have the heads square through 4. Oh, let me see what other stuff is open. I don't need that open. I'm trying to close other things so my dancers dance smoothly. I need all those. So if we're in this setup here, 8 chain through setup, also known as a corner box, also known as a 0 box, also known as a box 1-4. Most people know that you can do an Alaman left from there. Not the way I got there with 4 hands because your wrong hand is available, but that's all right. If you dance them around any way you want, but get them to this spot here, just do a U-turn back. You can do an Alaman, go directly to a right and left grand. Notice that it's a trade by instead of an 8 chain through, and that it's half sashayed couples instead of normal. But all you got to do is get them to that way, any kind of a get out thing you normally do to an 8 chain through Alaman left, and then dance them so they're the other way. Now a simple way is something like box the gnat, pass through. But that's almost too obvious, and then you can call it grand right and left. And I won't do the grand right and left on all of them, but it's fun to see Taminations do this. And then they can promenade home. And then they can square their set. Heads pair off. Let's get them there slightly quicker. So a couple of examples that I wrote out last night. Let's do a right and left through. swing through, boys run, easy stuff to remember. And then do a half tag the line and face right. And from here, I can just do a pass through to a right and left grand. Everybody's facing partners are next to it. So I'm going to do one more. And then from this spot, we'll look at some others. And then ask you if you got a favorite one you want to throw in. Let's see, from the heads pair off. If I do do-si-do to a wave. Girls trade. Girls run. Wheel and deal. Again, just a simple pass through. Pass through, yeah. Gets me to a grand right and left. Facing partners. Now let's go home. Heads. Pair off. Has anybody else got a quickie they can get us to a right and left grand from here?
I got one.
Go for it.
The simple thing would be a right left through with a half sachet and then a pass through.
That sounds good. Right and left through, half sachet, pass through. Right. Right. How do you spell right and left through? Right and left through, half sachet, pass through. And right and left grand. I got a question here. The one that came to mind, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this. What would happen? I bet you the dancers would do it, but I don't know if it's legal or not. Let's do a heads pair off. If I did and Tam Nations won't do it. If I did a box the nat and slip the clutch, I'm sure dancers would do what I want. What do you think of the legality of that?
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't.
There's a consensus, 2 for nothing. You wouldn't do it as a dancer, or you wouldn't call it?
Both.
I wouldn't
there
do
is-
it. I wouldn't do either one because I'm not that high of a level.
But there is a way to fake it.
Well, you could do box the nat, step to a wave, and slip the clutch.
Or extend.
Well, I'm going to get into that one as a next thing from the wave.
Okay.
So let's look at the next one. Is
I'd have another one.
from here? Go for it, Nikki.
Split the outside, separate around 1.
To a line or into the middle?
To a line and bend the line.
Split 2 to a line and bend the line.
Square through 4.
That'll do it.
Yeah, good. Love it.
Yeehaw.
Love it. So the next setup of doing this that I was going to do was, let's see, heads pair off and step to a wave. So from here, oh, so I wanted to show several ways to get into this position, and then, no, I can't read my notes. I was going to show several ways to get into this position and then several ways to get out. Well, while we're here, let's get out with a, no, I guess I was thinking of.
May I interject? May I? I'm a little out of practice. Oh,
Go ahead, Bill. I was going to say what I was trying for was to get into a.
okay.
step
Well, now
away from
you started what I was going to do. You do an ocean wave, swing through, AC-deucing to a right, left grab.
that we'll do in a second. I usually don't use AC/DC very much, so that's a good one. I was going to show if you do a step to a wave and then scoot back, which you can get to in several ways, and we'll look at different ones. From here, you can either do a pass through, or you can do, as Mickey said before, an extend. I think it was Mickey, an extend to a right and left grand.
Mark does it too.
Oh, Mark did Mark say it?
Mark said it.
Oh. Or one that I like is a half circulate to a right and left grand. The problem with that one is you got to get the words out fast, because if they hear circulate, they're going to pass that point before you get there.
Overshoot the runway, huh?
Yeah.
Or potentially your slip the clutch that you wanted earlier.
Oh, okay. It's a better place. Yeah. Didn't want. I was just curious about. Heads pair off. Another way to get to that instead of step to a wave and scoot back would be, it's a plus call. One of my favorites, single circle to a wave. And from here again, either extend, half circulate, slip the clutch. Another way to get there, to get into that fairly easily, that dancers will do, is a swing through boys trade. And from here we can, I'm pretty sure Taminations doesn't do this. Yeah. But
it doesn't because the definition is written that slip the clutch is now, I believe, at mainstream restricted to a dar in motion. You have to have a backward action to do the slip the clutch for it.
I'm happy to have that happen.
Yeah.
We'll
yeah. The dancers will do it. I think it's just, you can't program that kind of stuff in.
To a promenade. Whoops. Oh yeah, right and left grand to a promenade.
Don?
Yes, Mickey.
We've been working with the corner on the hand in the ocean wave, and you said when the circulate a half, you gotta get it out as fast as possible so they don't pass each other. Taking the right hand lady and being in sequence, we would have a circulate once and a half into a right left right.
I'll do that when I'm sighting or something. Yeah, the circulate once and a half is much better. What I'm trying to do here though, Mickey, is show that people who are used to getting to sighting or modulating, oh wow, to a corner box, that these are easy ways for them to continue on to a right and left grand without having to set it up too much. We're going to do another, let's see, go home, make a line. So I'm going to going on to the next common position. What happened here? Oh, all right. Partner lines, 0 lines, 1P, 2P. From here, there are some pretty easy ways to again, it's a common formation that we can get to. Heads lead right, circle to a line, promenade in sequence with partner, heads wheel around. I think most of us know that if we do a quarter out, we end up in this trade by position, we can do an Alaman left. We could have done it from facing lines too. And again, just like with the corner box, if you're in this Alaman left and you do a U-turn back, you can do a right and left brand, everybody facing their partners. So from here, you could just have you facing your partners. A couple of the quickies.
Four and turn around.
Huh?
Square through
Yeah.
4 and turn around.
Some of the ones that I wrote down, and we'll ask for yours. Past the ocean, girls trade. What? I didn't write that down right. I was probably miswriting a girl's run. Tag the line. Tag the line right. And half tag right. Sort of a simple sequence to remember. Not wonderful, but and if you're doing A1 instead of half tag right, I like turn and deal in there. Let's see. Let's go back to our lines.
Was after your face right now?
Huh?
What was after your face right? Wheel and deal?
After which point?
Girls run, tag the line, face right. What was after that?
Oh, I think I have that. I do have that as one of the next ones. In fact,
No, the one you just had.
Okay, well,
I'm
let's
trying to
do
note
that.
them down while you're doing them.
Past the ocean. Past the ocean. Girls
Trade. Girls run.
Girls run.
Tag the line, face right.
Tag.
Tag the line right.
And then wheel and deal. Okay.
Yeah, the wheel and deals actually has them half sashayed. That would have worked if they were out of sequence in their lines. Yeah, what I had done was after the tag the line right was a half tag right. This one's I think not too difficult for the dancers and easy to remember. Is spin the top, boys run, tag the line. This is where you were coming from. Tag the line right, wheel and deal. Spin the top, boys run, tag the line, face right. Now the wheel and deal, that half sashayed them the way you wanted. Let's see. Oh, and a simple one to get to is touch a quarter and girls run. Easy one to remember from partner lines. Now, it turns out that if you did any of these and you were in a corner line, you could use those same ones followed by a pass through. If I'd started in a corner line, that would have put everybody facing partner with a pass through. So you could memorize one set, start it from a slightly different common formation and get to it. That's it on grand right and lefts. Any questions, any additions, ready for me to go on to the next slightly alternative? Daryl.
Excuse me. Yeah. Just for the newbies, one little combination that I keep in mind is from your partner lines in sequence. You can star through, circle 4 halfway, or right and left through and veer left, and circle 4 half and veer left, whichever you prefer.
I'm getting to my lines here. So what was,
Okay, from here, star through. Let's circle 4 halfway. Let's do a right and left through and veer left then.
okay,
It would have been a circle 4 half and veer left anyway.
yeah.
Okay, your half tag from here. You can face left and find a corner. You can face right and find a partner for your right and left grand. You've got both. But it's a very simple, quick,
Yeah.
easy way to go, very recognizable for the newer callers.
I also see another one that's nice from here. Daryl is doing a single hinge.
Yep. And as far as your corner box one, anything that'll get you a pass through and a U-turn back will get you a pass through to the right and left grand. So things like pass through, U-turn back, just for the very, very simple things. Or if you have plus dancers, single hinge and roll, that gives you those facing dancers as well. Pardon?
Where were you doing that one from? I'm in a
Well,
corner.
if you pass through and you turn back, that's the fastest, simplest way to get to the position for a pass through to a right and left grand.
Okay.
If you back that up and put them in that corner box wave for the plus people, single hinge and roll.
Okay.
Same old, same old. But it's just really quick ways to accomplish the same thing. So if you know when you're corner box, you got it. You know you got partner lines in sequence, you've got it.
I'm gonna, from the corner box, I'm gonna do a right and left throw. Step to a wave. One of the things I use to, no, I'm gonna not do step to it. One of the things I do to half sachet couples or resachet them is a swing through recycle. Now, granted, it's the girls dragging the guy, but again, if it was 0 lines, we could have done a right and left grand. If it's a corner box, we can do a pass through to the partner. Lots of them, but the main thing to remember is whatever little module you want to use to get from where you were for your corner box, Alaman left, do something that'll get them all to U-turn back. A simple one is either Alaman left or turn through, left turn through. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, one other, and I'm sure everybody knows this, but from your partner lines there where you did the touch quarter and the girls run,
yeah,
that can happen anywhere across that grid. Just the same as a touch quarter and boys run will get you the Alaman left. So
that's true.
If you want flow, you can add any number of circulates after you touch a quarter and it'll work.
That's right. Absolutely. But yeah, that's just simple get out, very recognizable. If you know the one getting the girl run gives you the right and left grand, boys run gives you Alaman left. It's just a nice way to play. I would never do this, but I've thought about the idea from that touch a quarter. I say all 8 circulate again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and just stand there and watch them until they stop. Then you can have the boys run or the girls run, and did you make it? Yes.
And when you've got more than one square, it's circulate as many times as you want, or
right.
circulate 32 times. I've got to go out and get some coffee. But
there you go.
One of the get outs that I like that I don't think Terminations does, but from facing lines, normal, you know, partner lines, left touch a quarter and circulate once. I like from here, I like to call boys courtesy turn the girls. And it takes you to a 0 box. And it's a surprise Alaman left. An Alaman left after a courtesy turn isn't the smoothest thing, but it's worth sacrificing for this thing.
It won't do it from there.
Yeah, it won't.
You'd have to have the boys do a turn back. They would do that automatically as part of the courtesy turn, but do a turn back.
Well, they've actually got the left hands joined. Yep. They're turning and turning.
Oh yeah, the dancer's not a problem. Just the
dancers have a nice top.
Yeah. An extension of your recycle though from your facing lines. You could also do that pass through U turn back and just do a pass the ocean right into the right and left grand. Puts the boys in the center.
So let's move on to something other than right and left grand. This is
done.
Yes, Mickey.
We had one thing with that corner line, which we had half sashayed with the left square through into a right and left grand. Mm-hmm. If you would do that from the partner line half sashayed, you could do the right and left grand on the fourth hand. Would be the same effect right now.
Yeah, yeah. So there's lots and lots of possibilities, and it's just I'm just trying to open your eyes to these. All start from a position you get to regularly and just add a chunk of variety at the end. The other thing I want to do here is we normally call an Alaman left from here, but we can call an Alaman left from here. We don't very often, but we do have a singing calls very often, swing your corner there. So let's undo that and let's do a slide through and then square through 3. Whoops, 3, not 4. Just an alternate way of getting to the corner very easily from where we normally do. Just a quick variation on it. I had another example of that. It's not a biggie, but let's see. Let's undo that, undo that. If we do a do-si-do to a wave, and then have the girls trade, swing through, boys trade. Where am I going with this? Oh, yeah. I didn't want the boys to trade. I wanted the boys to run. Do a half tag and a walk and dodge. Gets you there. Not saying it's great flow. The gals would have a bit of bouncing around, but let's watch it happen. Just a little bit of variety. Half tag, walk and dodge. You can Alaman left from here. Moving on to the next one, because that's not a biggie, but I thought I'd mention it. Go home. Go home. There we go. This is one that actually I hadn't thought of before until I was teaching one of my mental image classes, and somebody noted, oh, you could do a wrong way grand from there. It turns out that any place you can do a pass through to an 8-chain through Alaman left, or pass through to a trade by Alaman left. Before the pass through, you can call right and left grand. Wrong way grand, wrong way grand. So let's make a line, partner lines. Sorry about my quick abbreviations for getting there, but it's easier to type than lead right and circle to a line. So I've got partner lines, and I want to get them to a position, let's see, do a half sachet and quarter in. I want to get them to here where I could do a pass through to an Alaman left. And one series that I had to do that was obvious, right and left through.
Or left square through 4.
Slide through. Somebody is trying to join us. There we go. Mike Grumley is joining us from Florida. Good morning, Mike. So right and left through, slide through from partner lines. Another somebody else. And Larry is going to join us from Ohio. Let's see, let me go back to this. And we were in partner lines. If I do past the ocean, I wrote down trade. Did I really want to do that?
Oh,
I mean, what was I thinking? It's not trade. Recycle.
I'd try the girls trade and recycle.
I think that's what it is, yeah. Thank you. Here I am, instead of thinking, I'm trying to read my notes that I typed out last night. So let's do
Well, it's very late, so you're forgiven.
girls trade. And now recycle. So again, I can pass through to the corner, or I can just wrong way grand from here. So one of the places I like to think of this is, let's see, make a line, and slide through. There's a position that I used to call an 8-chain through formation, an 8-chain 3 formation, which is one that if you do an 8-chain 3, it'll get you to the corner. Let's do a, past the ocean, circulate, girls trade, recycle. If I'm here, if I can do an, pass through, trade by to a corner box, or if we started in partner lines, pass through, trade by, pass through will get me to a corner. I can do an 8-chain 3. I can do a Dixie Grand. But what I'm thinking for this thing is I'm going to do a 8-chain 2 followed by a wrong way grand. Leave off that last hand of the 8-chain 3, where I can still just pull by, but I'm going to do a wrong way grand instead. So if that's a fazzer you've memorized that you can get to a grand right and left corner box from there, or an Alaman left, instead of doing an 8-chain 3 or a Dixie Grand, do an 8-chain 2 to a wrong way grand. Again, slightly different for your dancers.
Don?
Yes, Mickey.
You had that one thing with that walk in Dutch where you said the flow was not that thrilling.
Yeah.
Can you Can you put that up again? Because I found something which can make it thrilling.
Okay. Let me go back to that. Let me see if I can finish. Mickey, let me just finish the wrong way
yeah.
thing, and then we'll go
Yeah,
to
yeah.
it. Oh. So let's see. I guess this is called an across the street box these days. From here, if we do a right and left through pass, see, we'll do a right and left through. We could do typically pass through trade by to the corner, or we can just do a pass through to a wrong way grand. I thought I wrote promenade while I was looking down at my notes here. So cross the street box, right and left through, pass through to a wrong way grand. And a very similar kind of footsteps. I'll be with you in a second, Daryl. What was I going to do? Head square through two across the street box, slide through, past the ocean. Here I can do a half circulate or an extend to a wrong way grand. So quick little modules will get you to just slightly different get outs, a little variety for your dancers. My notes here say from here, if I do an 8 chain, if I do 7/8 of a chicken plucker, I can do a wrong way grand. But we're not going to do that. What would that be? Right and left through, pass through, trade by, right and left through, pass through, trade. Yeah, we're not going to do that. I just wrote it down for laughs. Daryl, is your comment relative to the wrong way grand, or should I put it after Mickey's comments?
My okay, Mickey. What I may have to bug out here pretty quickly. I got a couple of things there again for the newbies, but I'll wait until after Mickey. That's fine.
Okay, so Mickey, you want me to find where where I did the walk and dodge to an Alaman left, and that was the alternate 3 position. So heads pair off. From here we did do-si-do to a wave. Tell me when to stop, Mickey. We did a girls trade. We did a swing through.
Always run, half tag.
Oh, I know what we did. I'm just Mickey's muted, and I want to make sure he's really with us.
Okay, yeah, all the way to the end of the walk and dodge.
Okay, boys run. Now I lost
Tag,
it.
walk, and dodge.
Half tag.
Walk and dodge.
Yeah, and if you would now say boys face left, girls face right, and left grand, it even would flow nice.
Oh, that's cool. Boys face left, while girls face right. What did we do wrong here?
Better have the
Oh,
girl's face right.
I
okay.
didn't find what you said. That'll work.
Yeah, that'll work nicely.
And I like to play with the word girl's face right and left grand.
Yes, yeah, obviously that's the fun part of it. So that's sort of what I've got, and I was worried it was going to be done in 10 minutes, and it's taken me 45. Another thing that people do regularly is dance directly to home,
Mhm.
resolving to home. I haven't. That sort of became a thing after I stopped actively calling, so I haven't done much stuff with that.
You still got Daryl in the wings there, Don.
Okay, so that's it for mine. Daryl, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I'm sure everybody knows all of what I'm about to say right now, except maybe some of the newbies aren't familiar with it. Anything that you can do from a static square to get you to the corner with the left element available, you can do from facing lines in sequence to get to the corner as long as the left hand is available. Also, you say we don't do that element left and out facing lines very often. Quite frankly, I do. But I also know that anything that you can get to the corner from a static square, you can use from a corner box and get to the corner. As long as that left hand is available, you can do the element left. Now, did any of that make sense?
Daryl, in some ways, I'm not a newbie, but I hadn't thought of that before. That's pretty cool.
Well, everything, I know you get tired of hearing me say everything is two element formations, period, anyway, just depending on whether you're working partner lines or partner boxes or corner lines, corner boxes. It's all the same. But yeah, anything you can do from a static square to get to the corner, you can use either in partner lines or corner boxes to get to the corner.
Let me demonstrate that. Basically, if I have two couples and I do a slide through and square through 3, or a left square through 4, they're going to do this. Now, if I go to a squared set, you're talking about, let's see, heads move ahead. No, heads step ahead.
Right. Why don't you just do the heads pair off?
Well, what I wanted to show was that the two couple thing we just did brings them out to facing the corner. And if we do and if we somehow make facing lines the long, slow way, we have partner lines. And again, if you're looking at these two couples, it's the same as them squaring through 4 hands and him coming to a spot. So when they went in the middle with an 8 chain through from squared or from facing lines, he's going to, looking at this foursome, he's going to the same place.
But
So
you want to do have a left hand available, like I say.
yeah, you have to have left hand available. One way is pass the ocean, girls trade, recycle, pass through, pull by, whatever. Wrong way, grand.
If you use simple modules now, something like from a squared setup, you did a heads right and left through, star through, pass through, you would have a corner. If you did that from partner lines in sequence, do a right and left through, star through, pass through, you get a corner. If you do that from a corner box, do a right and left through, star through, pass through, you get a corner. And your left hand is available for all three of those. So the main thing that you want to have, two things, is have something that'll work from a squared set to get to the corner and have that left hand available. End of the rule. But put it
And-
simply, that's what it is.
That means when using in the square set formation, a square through action, you would have to use a left square through action,
Exactly.
right?
And if it's partner lines, you do a left square through, and it goes to that trade by Alaman left. That's pretty cool. That's what I like, is that if you've memorized one get out, you've automatically got another one in your pocket.
Well, if you memorize one module from squared set, that'll get you to the corner. That's the thing. And that you can use any place.
Don, I've taken, I think most of what was said and the ideas that were popping out, a couple more were posted in. I've just jotted them down, the sequences down, and put them in the chat for people to copy out. Are you going to make your notes available, or are they in your shorthand?
They're pretty much in Tamnation's shorthand. I
Okay.
thought about last night putting them.
That's why I figured I'd write them out.
I can. I don't know if I can send this to you. I might have erased it already. It was a temporary file. I figured the easiest was just to put it on a piece of paper in front of me and make the letters big, and I've still had troubles reading them.
What I'll do is I'll capsulize what I can out of the choreography. I'll put that as a Word document and I'll send it to Dan at the end,
Okay.
and he can put it in. So
I'm just curious now. Let me see your smiling faces. Was any of this stuff lighting light bulbs for any of you? Did it, as I say, some of it was obvious to me, but only after a while.
And Don, I got to say that having called for a long time, this is the first time I've heard what Daryl just said. And that is really cool.
Me too.
Yeah.
I agree.
It's all mechanical, gang.
It's obvious, but it's not.
Right.
You're working with two couple sets all the time, and diagonal opposites works into everything. And I say it too many times. Everything is modules. Everything we do is modules. Learn how to control two couples. You can do the whole thing. No matter, I don't care what level you're in. You get into different formations and things as you go along, but still, it all boils down to that grid of dancers, a two couple grid on a box on this end, two on. It's just the way it is. Doesn't get any harder than that.
When I was learning this stuff called choreography, after reading, I learned not the word modules, but zeros and equivalents. And that was the extent of modules for me for a long time, was zero modules and equivalent modules, slide through from normal facing couples is equivalent to a star through. Wow. But more than that, pass through, partner, trade compared to right and left through. I then started learning transition modules, and that was going from corner box to partner lines or something like that.
Otherwise known as conversion.
Okay. And then there are geographic modules that take you back to the identical footsteps on the floor. But, every sequence, if you've memorized it, is a module. Preferably only 2, 3, 4 calls. So it depends on using the word module kind of loosely or broadly or what have you. But any other discussion on this? I had something else I was going to do if it only took me 10 minutes for this, but I'll save that for another time because because it's a 5-minute thing that'll take me 20 minutes. Boy, what a quiet group. So again, Ralph, I'm glad you commented. My question was any of this new to any of you?
I wrote it down with a big star next to it.
So ironically, I prepared all this stuff, and the only thing that was new to anybody was something that Daryl said, but that's why Daryl tried. Clark, go ahead.
One of the things that twigged to me while you were going through this, especially the setting up right and left grands, is as we head for a corner, we need normal couples. As we head for a right and left grand, we need the half sashayed couples. I think while we're dancing, we're most often in normal couples. In other words, if I looked at all the couple circulates that were done, I bet most of the couple circulates were normal couples, not sashayed. So it's a little unusual to get to sashayed couples. And in fact, we know that sometimes if we leave dancers like that for too long, they'll fix it themselves because they feel uncomfortable or unusual that way. Yeah. Fix it. Yeah. So I was interested in, and when you're a new caller and someone just says, start calling stuff, you're just doing pass through, bend the line, star through, right and left through, you just start calling, swing through, boy run, girl run. You don't really think about the effect or know, especially at some gut level, the effects, even for the sashayedness of the square for each of these calls. So I was curious watching for each of the quick little, how do we get from a corner box to a right and left grand? There was the doorbell.
Yeah, no, I've let Richard.
You did it? Okay. Yeah. And you're fast. So one of them was a, what I would call a turn and deal, which was the half tag face right. So that was one way to get sashayed. A second way was, if you're in a right-hand mini wave, boy and girl, we often call boys run. Probably a lot more boys runs than girls runs. And one of the reasons is from a right-hand mini wave, no matter whether the boys are facing in, out, whatever, boys run gives you a normal couple. And in one of the get outs that you had, it was the girls run that gave you the sashayed couple. So I was kind of watching for those things. Obviously, box the net is another one that changes normal couples into sashayed couples. And certainly half sachet or roll away is a final obvious way of doing it. But that was kind of what I was getting out of this, was the interesting little ways that we sashayed the dancers.
There's one more that you didn't get, Clark, and that would be U-turn back.
Correct. Yes, the pass through U-turn back.
That's probably the simplest one. Well, you don't have to pass through. You just do U-turn back. It's going to change.
Or turn through.
Yeah.
It's the same thing thinking in waves as well with your AC-doocy. When you do the swing, if you've got the boys in the middle, that's a half wave or a half sashayed wave. And if you start thinking that way, these things will start jumping out at you a lot faster.
Keep it simple.
One of
Absolutely.
The two that I use most, Clark, is facing couples that are facing dancer, touch a quarter girls run that you mentioned, or likewise when I want to normalize, I'll use touch a quarter boys run, and I could use for normalizing star through or star through California twirl, but the touch a quarter is safer because at the last minute I noticed you were facing same sex. So we'll get out of it. The other one I use frequently for facing couples to sashay or resashay is swing through recycle. That's another. And last is from a two-face line, tag the line face right. From a right-hand two-face line, tag the line face right will normalize or half sashay couples. But that's a good point to notice that there are a lot of tricks, just especially for the sight color, do that. Oh, and getting back to your original thing, the Alaman lefts are normal couples, the 8-chain through or trade by formation, whereas the right and left grands are half sashayed couples. I'd like to add to that, the Alaman lefts, the ones that are 8 chains through, are trade by for right and left grands, and the ones that are trade by for Alaman lefts are 8 chain through formations for right and left grands, which is what the U-turn back does, is it converts one to the other and half sachets you. Daryl, did you have your hand still up? No, we talked to you already.
You did.
Richard,
Mickey
you
did.
missed a lot. We'll start from the beginning. No, watch the video. Any other comments, additions? Mickey?
Sir.
Yeah, what I figured out as well is that a lot of calls which work out to an Alaman left, you also can work them out to work into a right and left grand, especially for motion waves. What you always got to be, that the boys will always be in the center. Either if you have an Alamandar type star when circulating a half, being on the axis, or if we have parallel ocean waves or whatever, we always need the boys in the center and the girls on the outside, no matter whether we have the right and left grand or the Alaman left. So I think this is also a thing which helps. Always try to keep everybody in sequence and the boys in the center, right?
Boys, that's cool. That's good to know. Clark, an extension of what you were saying that I might have forgotten now that Mickey had brought in that other thing. The right and left grand versus the Alaman left. One is normal couples versus half sashayed. One is 8 chain through versus trade by. Oh, I know. And if you're going to do your right and left grand or Alaman left from an ocean wave, interestingly enough, the right and left grand is the one that does our comfortable right-hand wave, whereas the Alaman left, the more common call, has to be done from a left-handed wave. Daryl.
Just along the lines of what you're talking about there right now, and here again, it's not a new thing, but if you have partner waves out of sequence, regardless of whether they're parallel waves, quarter tag waves, whatever. If you have
Daryl, when you say partner wave, you say you and your partner are joined.
lead right, veer left, wheel and deal, step to a wave. Are they in sequence or out?
Well, are you saying facing same direction or?
They're in the grid. They're not.
Okay.
And they
Go
step
ahead.
to a wave. They're in the grid. They step to a wave. They're out of sequence. You know that you can swing through and turn through to the corner, can't you?
Yeah.
You can also swing through to the partner right and left grand. Now that doesn't make any difference which wave it is from the quarter tag, half tag, 3/4 tag, whatever, swing through, turn through to the corner is going to give you a swing through, and everybody face your partner right and left grand, or everybody find your partner right and left grand. It'll work just as well. The outsides, of course, are not going to meet in the middle of the wave for the right and left grand, but they certainly know where their partner is standing alongside of them. Does that make sense? Probably doesn't. Sorry. Erase.
Yeah, it does.
I'm with you, but that causes bedlam over here when we try and do that. Callers call it all the time, and half the square turn around and follow their partner, because when you're alongside each other, it's very hard to work out which way to do the turn right and left.
It's always up to the caller to decide how he's going to get them to do it, whether they're ready or not. You can say rock back and do a right and left grand. You can say find your partner, say hi to your partner, shake hands, a right and left grand. There's always ways to get dancers to respond the way that you want them to, if you're aware that it might be a problem for them or something they're not going to expect and cause a problem. Cure the problems before they happen, in other words.
So if you imagine you're the end dancer facing in, if you do a rock back and right and left grand, they're going to go forwards. But if you call right and left grand from that right-handed wave, they're facing in, they're going to do a right-handed trade and head down the wave instead of going across the square, if that makes sense. They won't do it from a wave.
That happens a lot here in Australia.
They'll
because
wander off.
There's that static at the end of the swing too. There's that static, and they want to, instead of pulling by, they want to start turning again.
If you're going to do a right and left grand from a wave, and I get to admit I was slightly tuned out, but you've got to call it in time as they're dynamically getting into the wave. So they just keep going. It's a function of timing and the other ingredients.
Yeah, and if you're doing an extend to that, yes. But if people are heading down the wave, that I'm guarantee that end dancer facing in, he will go down the wave. He won't go forwards.
Timing and presentation is a whole bunch of what we have to control when we're calling there. It's so important. There's so many things that if you wait for the dancers to get there before you call the next movement, it's going to cause a problem. We can say swing through boys run, and they just like that. You can stack a couple of calls, which is going to prepare them for what's coming next. The only ones I can imagine get into too much trouble are the ones that call a movement, wait for them to get there, call a movement, the stop and go type dancing. Yeah, I would imagine that. But if you do it within the flow, it should be no problem.
When I've tried to analyze what makes things hard and what makes them easy, one of the main things is formation awareness. And what you're talking about, Lorena, is they've been used to working with the people in the wave, and all of a sudden you want them to work with the rest of the square. They've been working in their foursome and unaware of the other half of the square. And if they were aware of the formation that there's also the other half of the square they've got to be aware of,
you imagine that you're the end person facing in. I assume you're a woman if you want to do a right and left grand.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're the end dancer facing in, and someone says do a right and left grand. So you're holding a right hand with someone, you're facing in, there's someone in front of you. That's the way you should be going. You're going to do a right pull by with the one beside you and head off in that direction, regardless of when the caller calls it. That's where you're going to go. Because
you've been used to working with the people in that wave rather than formation awareness, which makes things harder, of being aware that there's the other side of the square you've got to be working with also. And I'm confirming that that's more difficult. It's the next step of the problem. I've noticed that big hand is on the 12, or it's even past it. So I'm going to do the formal ending of this. I want to thank you guys for coming. I want to thank me for doing the technical end. I remembered to start recording in time this time. I want to thank me for leading an interesting to me discussion, and hopefully to you guys. And let's continue on if people want to talk. Daryl, thanks for hanging in this long.
You bet.
Thank you, Hannah. Clark.
I think we ought to.
Bill, you're muted. and I didn't do it.
Well, you didn't. Yes, you did. I know you did. No, I was being nice and saying I think we should all give a nice hand to Don for doing a good job.
Yeah.
It was good.
Thank you. Sometimes it's the interesting, easy things. Clark?
So, do you mind to change the subject since it's past the hour?
Not at all. Well, it depends on how much.
Well, I think this is the right group, and you guys will have some advice, and it might help others also. I, after not calling since COVID started, have just called 3 dances. So that's good. And these are 7th grade brand new dancers. And it's a progressive set of what I do. They're going to be doing a demo. And I'll meet with them 7 times, and the 8th time we'll do the demo. So the first time we meet, this is usually for like 50 minutes. It's the usual circle left, circle right, Alaman left, promenade, right and left grand, etc. Second meeting is ladies chain, grand square, and a few other things. The third meeting is, which we just had yesterday, so it's on my mind. And I've done this is probably my 14th year doing it. So it's not like I haven't worked with the kids, and it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. But it's always tough. The two things we did yesterday are Alaman left to an Alaman thar and shoot the star to another thar, and dip and dive around the circle, which is not something we normally do at mainstream. So we don't need to go into that unless you want to know what I do with it. We're also doing some other things in addition to do-si-do. They can do as couples do-si-do. And for the first time, when I had them in lines, they did an as couples, it's couples do-si-do, which they all like applauded themselves because they thought that was so cool. They also can do head boys do-si-do, side boys do-si-do, and all the boys go in and do-si-do the other three boys. And each time they first see that for the first time, they also let out kind of a, surprised, wow, that was really cool. They can also do all the couples is couples do-si-do, and the whole square do-si-do is the rest of the square. So these are just things I do to make them follow directions and listen to me. And some of them look good in an exhibition. But the Alaman left to an Alaman thar has always been a really tough teach, and it was again yesterday. So I'm curious, is it always hard to teach? And this is 8 squares, so I'm trying to teach all 8 squares at once. And I know it's impossible if a dancer is missing, and one square had a dancer missing. But I had to go on, and I could get maybe 3 or 4 squares to get it. I demoed it first. Everyone watched. I did it twice. My demo square got it perfect the first time because I was in the square and we were moving at a good pace, and I could pause and stop and point out. I always, when I do demos, tell each dancer to watch your corresponding dancer in my demo square to see what they're doing. But when I go back and have all 8 of them try, we can usually get the right hand, the left forearm swing in, the boys make the star. But once we get to shoot the star to another thar, it's hopeless, and I've lost them. We have to square up, do it again, have the squares that got it right sit down. I go over and work individually with each square that got it wrong. Any teaching hints, any ideas, or is Alaman left to an Alaman thar always a tough teach?
Clark, when I teach a mainstream group, not necessarily we're going to limit it to three lessons and demo. Again, in my teaching techniques, lead right circle to a line is 2 calls, not 1. Teach parts separately. And for years, I used to teach getting into a thar, either with an Alaman left for a thar or just with your partner or something. I used to have to use a shoot the star to get out of the thar, and that's teaching 2 calls at once.
Yep.
So then I started teaching slip the clutch before shoot the star.
Interesting.
Because that's an easier one to teach. And I finally ended up with, boys, you turn back and promenade.
Ah.
And that one gets me teaching getting into a thar with no problems getting out. And from there, I'll go to slip the clutch as being an easier one. And then I'll go to the, trade, whatever the terminology you want to use for shoot the star. Trade,
right.
Go by, pull 2 hands, etc.
Actually, I thought of one other thing while you're doing it. Since my dancers know 4 ladies chain, I could set it up with do the 4 ladies chain, Alaman left to an Alaman thar, and then the shoot the star will be right to your partner, which is partner. An ending person that they know they've seen promenade, and not try to do 2 thars in a row, but just get them good at the first one. Yep. I like that too. Okay.
In fact, I use the boys turn back and promenade at open dances maybe once every dance, just because they're not expecting it, and it happens pretty quickly, and it's variety. But
But
yeah,
obviously, simply from a squared set, Alaman left to an Alaman bar, boys turn back, promenade, you aren't promenading your partner.
yeah, and
One
But-
of the
I'm
sorry,
trying to remember, but I think I get into thars
with the
a
do
little bit
paso,
differently. Do pass. Well, yeah, I don't want to go into a do paso either, but maybe it's a walk around your corner, turn a partner by the left, and hang on.
Ah, there you go. Yep.
yeah, there was that, but it's establishment of the dar position, which is it usually comes after the arm turns, and the arm turns are usually generated at that level, left arm turn, right arm turn, and you move forward to the next dancer, letting go and moving up to the next position or turner and promenade. One of the things that was done in Europe was to teach the Alaman dar, at least back in the 80s, is you would have that star promenade and you'd have center dancers just turn around and stand there, others dance around the outside, or you get into a star promenade and you'd have, say, the girls backtrack, boys stop. When she meets you, there's your Alaman dar, give them a push, back up boys or back up girls, and you start it that way to introduce that dar position before you actually get into, and then you start showing them different ways to walk around your corner, turn partner left to an Alaman dar, or turn Alaman left your corner, turn partner right to a wrong way dar. And they were all done simultaneously because the dar position had already been established and there was no confusion as to what the endpoint was supposed to be.
Interestingly, I didn't seem to have any problems on Alaman left, right, Alaman dar, right pull by, left forearm, turn in till the boys are in the middle. They all seem to get to that place reliably. It was from there forward that I was screwed.
Clark, do your dancers at that point know trade?
No.
No, because
And they know no 2x4 formation.
I used trades early because, again, shoot the star is a trade, and then
Yep.
you're right by the left trade, so it's not the centers doing the star trading. And for swing through, I do a trade by the right, trade by the left. It's trade is a handy one that people learn quickly and can be used for calling through a lot, like the shoot the star. It's a by the trade by the left, and with your right hand, look for another right pull by.
I try for, I didn't do it this time and maybe I should have. Like, we know on that call, each boy is going to work essentially when they're ready with their right hand with two particular girls. One would be their partner and one would be their opposite lady. And maybe if I had pre-warned them, you're going to get to a confusing point and the girl you're looking for, guys, is going to be your opposite lady after that first shoot the star. I do get them ready so everyone's facing their partner from a squared set and say, boys, you're facing your direction around the circle. This direction is your direction. When I say, do blah, blah, blah to your facing direction, it's this way, counterclockwise, etc. But I think that only sinks into a small percentage of the people who have that kind of, square sense of what their direction means. Same thing with just teaching right and left grand, that you're going to proceed around the circle in that direction and no one's going to turn around because everyone likes to turn around on a right and left grand initially.
Nobody knows what clockwise and counterclockwise
anymore. Yeah, that's a good point.
Digital clocks, yeah.
I have one more hint, which also fits in there. We have that on the U-turn back for right and left grand or for an element left, depending how we are situated. And I like what Don said. I used it in the element dar with the boys, doing a U-turn back into a promenade, but I do not use U-turn back because if I want the correct body flow, I'd rather direct them boys face left twice in promenade. So they get into the flow. The same thing would have been on a U-turn back to a right and left grand or whatever. If we can direct the dancers first until they get used to listening to their body, I'd rather have them directed to the left or right and have that done twice. Yeah, so we get into a smoother type of dancing. Yeah.
That goes hand in hand with one of the things Lorena was saying earlier. We dance habits, and habits get formed. Swing through to a right and left grand is fairly commonplace, but if it's not done common, or and there can be all sorts of things, guys holding on too long, the same reason they turn into follow on a square through, or bad command timing, bad delivery time. It's the same with what you're saying with U-turn back. There's the dancing habit. Always got to turn in towards your partner, regardless of body flow. And no matter how good your body flow is, if your dancing habit is that, you'll see it on the floor. They'll stop and try, and their legs are going to go one way, their torso is going to go the other way to try and get that U-turn back to go towards their partner. And they'll fight that flow desperately. It's a very strange phenomenon.
Adding to what Larita said, with the ocean wave, I think it's got an emphasis on having the dancers more standing in front of the ocean wave than within a kind of a line time action. Because, and one thing is also, when doing the right and left grand, to put an emphasis on that we go straight through the ocean wave, and dancers tend to turn towards their partner they've got on the hand. Now, if we have that with the boy on the inside facing in, that's not the problem, because they're still going to the right direction if they would face each other. With the other one, it's just the opposite way. So the important thing would be to stand in front of each other, have more an ocean wave type thing than an ocean line, as I would say, or put an emphasis on the dancers to walk straight through. Like if I would do that, I probably would have step throughs through the ocean wave first, and make sure that after the step through, they're standing back to back and not are kind of offset or turning in a direction. So they are used to working out of an ocean wave, right?
Yeah, our caller calls it all the time and we never get it right.
Okay.
Never, ever.
Maybe a right and left through would work, but gotta be the boys on the outside, different environments.
I even think right and left through, again, unless you are miles away from each other when it's called, I don't like spin the top. The boys are, they have lots of time to get there before they call the right and left through. And I realize that the rest of the world is down here in their waves. We're up here. But if you did a swing through and a right and left through, I think the outcome would be very different. I think it's very awkward.
Again, that comes, and I agree with you, having danced here for the last several years. The hand positions are up and out.
But I think even down here, if you're
here,
alongside someone
there,
to do a right and left through, it's not going to be a nice.
No, I realize, but even with that, a lot of that comes down to the swing through right and left grand, or swing through right and left through, is the command timing and the delivery timing with the dancers. Because
if you did a spin the top and a right and left grand, we might actually do it.
Yeah, well, spin the top right and left through, spin the top right and left grand, swing through right and left grand, swing through right and left through are all the same kind of flow, and they work comfortably if the delivery timing is good, and the command prompt and the delivery timing for the dancers is good. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen much anymore.
You've got more time before you meet each other, I think, as well, and you're moving forwards instead of swing through. The person on the outside is static.
Yeah, you would get swing through and a right and left through. It would be called that fast, as opposed to what you usually hear is swing through, right and left through. And what am I doing next? And that becomes
maybe
very
adding
awkward.
2 circulates would be like, all 8 circulates.
Yep.
Do it again, right and left grand, but make sure that they're in the ocean wave first. And once they're trained to that through the ocean wave, we can walk into a right and left grand. Then the others may work as well. I guess it's all kind of training and conditioning.
It struck me, Val, that you say that those 4 things are all the same. They're the same physical motion, but they're a different mental motion.
Oh, they are. They're completely. It's the same as like what you just said there, Mickey. If you call swing through, and you want to go to a right and left grand, swing through, all 8 circulate twice, right and left grand. Okay, so you've done it 6 hands, what have you. But if you call swing through, all 8 circulate, not so much of a problem, because that's usually. But if you call swing through, pass through, trade by, there's a sudden glitch because the dancer's mental action is completely different. And it's the same thing. If their physical and mental reactions aren't used to this kind of a flow, they're going to substitute what they know or what they're comfortable with. And if you don't have the dancer timing and you don't have the command timing, the execution timing is always going to be off, and it's always going to be awkward. That's just natural human behavior.
If you're going to do a circulate, all eight circulate to a right and left grand, you've got the problem that some groups are uncomfortable with circulating from half sashayed couples, but that's another problem. Just lack of doing it frequently enough by some callers.
That's where split circulate to a right and left grand, like split circulate twice, really comes in quite handy.
Clark?
The anything where you're doing a right pull by from a right hand ocean wave and expect precision can be a problem, because let's say we have normal ocean waves and we're about to do a right and left through. For the guy, if you think of the right pull by, if you tend to hinge at all, like arm turn at all, the guy's still being sent, the end of the wave person's being sent in an appropriate direction. But the center of the wave, if they get turned at all, they're kind of heading out away from the direction they want to go. And if it's guys on the ends and they're manhandling the lady, like, it's all over unless she's very deliberate about where she wants to go next, which is why swing through, right and left through is such a tough call. I mean, that's the kind of thing you want to use in a competition where you're trying to have the squares compete, not dancing for success.
I agree with you, Clark. And this is why I was thinking, Lorena, it's not so much swing through right and left through, a swing through right and left grand is the problematic part of it. It's how we are positioned, like Mickey was saying, how we are positioned and the timing of that. The hands up here in an ocean wave for a right pull by is where you could put your hands up and try and right pull by. There's nowhere to go except to turn in, because you're doing the pull by from the right and left grand from one person. That's going to turn that end lady, because she's facing it, it's going to turn her in 99% of the time because it's not tame. It was hard for me when I went back to North America from Europe to say, hey, there's my ocean wave. My hands are actually, elbows are tucked in. They're almost down at my side. My hands are forward somewhere between my belt and my shoulders, and the palms are slightly angled out, palms crossed. That was an ocean wave position. When I got to the first dance I went to the States, my hands were almost behind my shoulders and up above like I surrender. And then I went to a dance in New England and it was a forearm grip down on the elbows for an ocean wave. I'm going, oh my God, I had never been introduced to that before. And
when training on that is what I usually do, and to put an emphasis on is using the call balance. Right? If you have the hands in front, it's really nice. On a balance, we come to one line and then we go back again on a balance, and we have the hands in front. And that's a nice similarity why square dance and skiing fit so good together. And on the ocean wave, and as well in skiing, you need the hands in front. You got to see them. Yeah, you got to control where to put your next swing, right? So you need the hands in front of the body, and the same thing should be in the ocean wave.
Yeah, the one big difference there, Mickey, is square dancers don't explode on impact like downhill skiers do.
Clark, if you wanted to, you were talking about, I can't remember the exact sequence, to a right and left through being good for competition. It flows nicely if they know it, but doesn't if they don't. Think about this, again, formation awareness, but you've got an 8-chain through formation with the 4 men in the middle and the women on the outside. Touch a quarter to a right and left through. Most floors aren't going to get that right away.
Yeah, that would be a killer.
And it was even better when we had curlicue to a right and left through from there. But
yes, I loved curlicue to a right and left through. That was a killer from exactly that place.
And the problem is that the men's inertia probably is more than the women, and the 2 groups of 4 that are supposed to be doing the right and left through together have a huge gap between them because the squares tend to breathe apart. And again, it's formation awareness. If all of a sudden they realize, oh, I'm in a wave with these guys, I can do it. But most people Don't bother
Yeah.
thinking. Right? Has
And
anyone
it's
ever
the
tried?
same tricky part about being in a box like on a scoot bag and then going into a recycle, where you have a switch of the ones being in your team, right?
Has anybody ever? I don't think I've done this, but from a right hand wave, do a, instead of a right and left grand, do a weave the ring. How's that gonna affect the dancers? Are they gonna be even more disoriented because that pass through from the wave?
They adjust a lot quicker because they know they have to go forward on a weave the ring, but there's still a hiccup.
Lorena, you're muted.
I think if you did a wave the ring after a swing through, I reckon as an in-facing girl, I would do marginally better than I would at a grand right and left.
Interesting. The other trick, of course, if you want marginally, is don't say right and left grand, but say grand, right, and left, and that's going to help a lot too. Because if you say right and left grand, they're expecting a right and left through.
They're already heading that way.
Yeah. Are we having fun yet, guys and gals? Any other? Lars, you've been abandoned again. Where'd Hannah go? Good answer. Good answer. Not your job to keep track of her. Not mine either. So I'll shut up.
What was the one? I thought was heads past the ocean and swing through while the sides separate and everybody do a right and left through. And that's another one that comes up because you've got that moving wave facing dancers on the end, but suddenly they're facing couples. It's one of those odd T-bone type ones in a mini wave, ones in facing couple formations for the right and left through that comes up not that often, but it's a nice little setup.
It's a nice move. And
I
was
think
thinking
that takes you to corner lines too. No, that doesn't take you to corner lines.
When we were doing alternate Alaman lefts, also earlier in the presentation, one that I didn't bring up, but some people use as a get out. If you do a across the street box, head square through, pass through, heads star through, pass through, then right and left through, star through. So you have right hand lady lines. Centers square through 3 while the others square through 1. And that'll get you to an Alaman left. And it's a cool get out, but it's not one of your more common formations to start in. That's why I didn't mention it. So, but again, and there's some get outs that have people in inverted lines that go to weird stuff too. But
Alan Kerr does a lot of those oddball type. These do it this many, those do it that many. He's got some really lovely sequences with the 8 chain family, like everybody doing 8 chain your number to an Alaman left. How he sets them up on the fly is still beyond me, but he's got one of those minds that, you know, he's doing advanced calculus, and I'm still trying to figure out what 1 + 1 is.
Alan's got a great mind for choreography. From what I've seen, is good. I always like the get out when anything else fails. Guys, swing the nearest gal and promenade. Keep going. Don't slow down while I think about this. But head square through 4, do an Alaman right and a left and right grand. No, never mind. That's a long, quiet silence. Does it mean it's time?
Oh.
What are you doing tonight, Mel, or tomorrow morning, or whatever it is?
I've got Wendy Vandermeulen coming on. She started well, take a step back. I saw a TV advertisement, and it was more of an advertisement which was in snippets, but it was on one of those things like the Community Report or What's Going On TV coverage or 60-minute type thing. And it was talking about square dancing that she did. And it was a lot of the problems with square dancing, the escalator of lessons, people just wanting to have fun, but mainly people had such a bad impression of what square dancing was and the stigma behind it. So she's come up with this idea of just starting drop-in type lessons. Once a month, everybody get together. Doesn't matter what your level is, walk in, see what you can do with it, and get you to have a good feeling of square dancing. So the title of it is Say No to Square Dance Lessons for controversy. And it's just to give people a good feel. And she's just going to talk about how she got that set up. If it might, you know, it might work in your areas, it might work that, but it's something you can maybe do once a month, set up and bring people in. And if then they're interested, it might lead to something else. And this is more to get some of the younger crowds or the people that haven't been indoctrinated into square dancing with the stigma of, well, when my grandparents get too old to line dance, they can start square dancing now because it's a lot easier and they don't have to move so fast. Because that's what it's presented as now. That or lampshades and frou-frous.
The next week we are going to be talking, we have somebody going to be talking about sound and acoustics. Active square dance caller, but bringing in his knowledge from having worked in the sound and acoustics field outside of square dancing also. So we should get some interesting insights there. Again, I've noticed that this group tends to be, we learn things, we pass around ideas, etc. But we're basically a social group, just like we're trying to make square dancing more social. It's fun to get together with you guys and some that aren't here today. Tell your friends that they can join us and drink coffee with the rest of us. By the way, I was going to do something today at a certain point, and I didn't for a specific reason, and I will tell you that in a second. But today is Chris Stacy's birthday, and I was going to have us all wish him happy birthday, but since he's not here, Chris, if you ever listen to this, happy belated birthday to you. Maybe he's actually taking advantage of birthday celebrations and not here. His flamingo is not present. Any last closing comments?
I'm just looking. Swing through, recycle, left square through 2, right and left. Is that the one you were talking about, Mark?
Yeah, I figured it out. It should be left. It should be left square through 3.
Left square through 3. Hang on, let me have a look at that. Sorry. Where's my contamination? So swing through, recycle. What do we got here? Undo.
What are we trying to accomplish?
It's just I went through what was said here. I added those on, then I added some of the get outs from the session that you and Dan did a couple of years ago.
Oh.
on the get outs, and I just posted them in the chat because said one of them doesn't work. So I'm just correcting it and then I'll resend it. So what was it? Head Dan or Mark?
Swing through, recycle. Then I think you had it in there as left square through 2, but that doesn't put you in position for right and left grand. So I guess it would be left square through 3.
That makes sense to me.
You're absolutely correct. Okay, I'll correct that and resend it. Left square through, yeah, it should be a 3. Fat fingers.
Shame on me. Usually I'm the one who recognizes those things.
Well, I didn't recognize it because I don't read the chat until afterwards, but I just saved it again. What's one hand more or less between friends, right? Lorena,
Okay,
it's
give
time
me
to
a
go back to
second.
bed, huh? Or finally get into bed. So do you get up early enough for Mel's sessions too?
Usually I don't, but I've actually put his down in my diary. Yeah, I'm on isolation for 7 days, so I'll
Oh,
be yeah. So it'll be good.
did you have COVID or just exposure to someone that did?
I've got it.
Oh,
Uh,
Is that coming
symptomatic or
back?
not?
Not
Is that a
really.
little present coming back from the convention?
Yeah. Our Australian National Convention was last weekend, and
Hmm.
everyone's brought it home.
Really? Oh
The
boy.
Yeah.
gift that keeps on sharing.
I think we started with 2, and I think it's a pretty big
Yeah.
number now. But we for years we've joked about everyone. You go to a square dancing convention and you come back with some lurgy or another. It's just this year it just happened to be COVID.
Yeah, but you're in Melbourne. I mean, most people in Melbourne have had COVID at least 4 times now.
This is my first time getting it. Someone else has brought it home from the convention. It's their second.
Yeah.
I reckon I'm the last person I know not to get it, and I've been living my best life. I don't know how I haven't gotten it.
Yeah. I was hoping to get up there this year, but unfortunately, I haven't been cleared to dance yet by my doctor. So
I've been worried about. Last week was a bunch of large gatherings: the New England Square Dance Convention, Caller Lab, the Australian National, NEFA, the New England Folk Festival, and although most of that was NEFA was mostly virtual, but I just hate to think of our groups getting together doing what they do and then being a super spreader. So it looks like at least you guys far away from here had that problem. I haven't heard any reports of Caller Lab yet.
I can tell you that the New England Convention was last weekend, and the group here in Manchester have canceled tomorrow night's class because a number of folks have come down with COVID.
Really?
Yeah, so.
I
Well,
think
that-
we
That's
only
great.
had
Go ahead.
4 during the convention, and they all obviously went home straight away. But it's been the week after. Everyone's brought it home and then tested positive. I was Thursday, and the convention ended on Monday. Lockie still hasn't gotten it. He's going to, for sure, but
Sure.
still waiting.
Well, last weekend, we had some good news around here. Our local hospital, the Victorville Hospital, first time since COVID, they had no COVID patients.
Woo!
Good to hear.
I've corrected that, Mark, and I posted the corrected version in the chat. I've also sent you and Dawn and Dan a copy of it. So you can have it in both Word format and the PDF format.
I get a COVID test this Monday, but that's only because I have an elected procedure, non-serious one, the day after, and they want to make sure that I'm clean before I go in.
So they do one of the rapids or a PCR?
I'm going into the hospital, and they wanted me 24 hours before the procedure.
So they do one?
Yeah. Yeah, they have a drive-through tent. You have to be scheduled.
Yeah, we're amazing over here. You can do a rat to either prove that you do have COVID so you can have time off work, or prove that you don't have COVID so that you can go and have a procedure or whatever. But they take your word for it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I've just
and the
logged
rat
my
tests don't
results
work all the
online.
time anyway.
I've logged my result. This is the first time I've had sick leave in 2 years, so I suppose it's all right. But I've logged mine online, and it says, right, okay, 7 days off. See you next Thursday. That's great. I didn't even have to prove it. Didn't have to send a photo or anything. It's like,
What's your work?
aged care.
Aged care?
Yeah, so obviously they don't want me there, but yeah, you don't need to prove. And I think it's the same for us going into surgery or anything. You just, I suppose you just send a photo. Like, you don't actually have to go and have an official test done.
Yeah.
They
Well,
just take word for it.
For me, I come in the day before for a test, and then
I think that makes sense.
They
I
pass the test
certainly
on.
wouldn't trust anyone to perform their own test properly, let alone tell me the correct results.
they push the test to the other side of the building, and so they know.
They did the same with me for surgery here as well. I think
Maybe
it probably
before you-
depends on what kind of surgery you're
Yeah.
going in for too, probably.
Well,
It's like our biosecurity conference that we had here with like 250 delegates. And on the second day, somebody come down with COVID. On the third day, we have, of course, the big evening meal. So they did the check, went to the hospital, got tested, and they figured, oh, well, first time we'll get everybody together. Oh, we've got the dinner in the evening. So we crammed 250 of us into this tin shed big restaurant, made their announcement. And just so that you know, if you want to self-isolate or things like that, one of the delegates did come down positive with COVID. You waited until the dinner where you get 250 people in a small room
too late
before you
now.
announce that. It was hilarious.
how many people were at the Australian National?
Oh, big numbers. I think we had 270 or
Yeah.
310 or something.
Yeah.
And
It seemed like a pretty good number. I mean, compared to what we've had for the last 2 years. But all the photos come up on Facebook. You know how you get your memories of ones from years before, and it's nothing in comparison. It was a small convention in comparison, but
The first one I went to was when I was here was the one in Canberra, and that was, I think they crested 600-700 in it. And they said, oh, great, fantastic convention.
was
you know,
that back
big-
in 13 or 14?
Yeah,
before
I think
that?
so.
That was the color themed one, yeah?
It would have been before that. It was the first one I went to here. So, but it was like massive numbers. And I'm going, oh, how is that massive? You used to get like 4,000, 3,000, 2, now if you get more than 100 people indoor, it's considered a fantastic success with big numbers. And that's not just here. That's, almost getting everywhere. We've lost our perspective of what we're doing.
My Facebook memories came up of the Canberra back in, I think it was 13 or 14.
I think so.
Which was the first one I called at, and it came up the other, and I went, whoa, that was a lot of people. Like just last week, I was shaking in my boots for 300 because I hadn't seen that many people in so long. But it was, you can see a big change in it now. And
Ralph,
yet we go to.
Ralph, that sounds like about the same size as the New England convention was.
Yeah, the Compro New England came in at 297 dancers.
I remember 1,200 back in the day. But...
Yes, so do I.
We went to a rock and roll event a few weeks ago, and I reckon there must have been nearly as many people crammed into this venue as there would have been at our national. I reckon it would have been close to 300, if not more. There were 34 tables of 8 to 10. So how many is that? And one of the guys leant over and went, turnout's a bit poor since COVID. And I went, we'd kill for this many people. And this is just a Friday night dance.
Makes you wonder if we're actually giving a product that people want anymore, doesn't it?
It's hard, isn't it?
Good point.
Yeah. Yeah, well, too many purists.
Yeah, you should leave the entertainment for the dance floor and just talk the technical things to get it out of your system.
I don't know. I think one of these days we've all got to sit down and have this talk seriously. It was, it's that old adage, if you get 2 callers in a room, you get 5 opinions and every one of them's different. And it's the same with whatever we do on marketing, all these other kinds of things. We had a big discussion on that after the last session that was going on about callers that would hold things close to the chest, not share the activities, or even that discussion that came out at the end of the session I did with you last time on just conflict resolution. These are things that we don't talk about that we should talk about. It we've been avoiding them for so long that we really should be actually talking about these things to try and find it, because until we do, we've got SSD's the answer. Now we've got SSD plus clubs, which is SSD. Yeah, got them on the floor. Now we're going to teach them plus and the rest of the mainstream program. That's not SSD. Well, that's what they want. That's what the dancers want. We're the only ones that can change it. So we got to have that discussion.
Did anyone read? I don't know if it was the ACF, whether it was Call Lab. Someone back in 17 or 18 put out a promotional manual. I can't remember who put it out. It was a fabulous read. It was about this thick. Took me a whole weekend.
Color Lab,
Fabulous read. Never did anything about it, but loved the ideas in it.
one of the Color Lab members, and he might even be on the board right now, is what's Hogan's first name?
Mike.
Clark? Mike Hogan is in his non-square dance life is in marketing and has done a lot of work giving talks at Color Lab, and I believe written the manual that you're referring to, and it's excellent. But again, you've got to follow through and
Oh,
use.
it'd be a huge amount of work.
I have on my list to call Mike and see if he'll present here, but I put that off for about 3 or 4 months so far. So
You need work and you need a team. You know, I suppose you need a bit of money too.
oh, what's that? That cough doesn't sound good. You still have something.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I've definitely got it.
Clark?
But
Do you remember if the marketing thing you saw said anything related to the Hensel plan? Does that ring a bell or not?
you want me to see if I can find it?
Yeah, I was going to say there was a guy who worked in one of the gay groups in the States, and he was in marketing, and he came up with a marketing plan for his club, and they used it year after year, and it grew and grew and grew. It was very successful. He wrote it up, he made it available. But again, you have to follow the plan, and different people pick and choose little bits they do. Whereas he says, no, it's all the pieces
Gotta do the
together
whole
that are
lot,
important.
yeah.
So that was another one that I'm aware of. And eventually we got it put up on the web and made available for free, I think. I don't know if I can find it. I'll look.
Yeah, the Color Lab marketing manual from 2018 is there, but it's the Japanese translation of the English one.
I probably am going to find it
Good.
easier as a hard copy than as a soft copy, hey? ACF. I don't know if it's Caller Manual.
There it is.
That marketing manual that I read up when we were in Yak. Yeah, you do. It was a really fat document. Maybe I gave it to Mike. It was huge. You don't remember?
That's the link to the PDF. I'm just trying to find the document.
Oh no, that's plus. No, that's no good.
Okay, I found it. I found the Hensel plan. It's on the USDA site. Hold on. I'm putting it in the chat. So see if that ugly link works for anybody. It should just give you, let's see that one. So that's the Color Lab one. Yep.
Yeah.
It was so fat I couldn't even get a stapler through it.
Yeah. Binder clip, right.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I've been talking to some callers recently, and that there has been so much said, so much done over and over again. There's so much material available that one doesn't have time to go through all of it.
I would recommend reading this. It was a fabulous read.
But a lot of people are unaware of a lot of the material that's out there. This guy I was talking to was just discovering something wonderful and new. He's been around for a long time. And I said, watch my video on that. He said, oh, you talked about that already, and it's just, there's just too much good stuff. Let's reinvent the wheel again. But it's fun to, that's one of the reasons I played with this obvious, you can do a right and left grand by being in an Allemande left and U-turn back, figuring some people may just have overlooked that in their years of experience.
Where are you? Color Lab knowledge base is not that easy to find things on.
you're repeating something that everybody said from that's ever tried to use it now. It's a shame because there's so much good material there, but
It worked really, really good until they upgraded it to make it better.
oh, I was going to say don't fix it if it's not broken, but it was. They just broke it further.
Big marketing plan. Clark, do you know if when they did the Color Lab had a revisit on the Phoenix plan dealing with marketing, did they revisit that with Mike's plan?
I do not know. Good question. That's going to take a while. Mark
to find
just
it.
posted a link in the chat.
Done, Mark.
Mark is muted.
What was the question?
When you do the search on Color Lab for it, it comes up with one link, and then just as you're moving your mouse up to it, the whole thing changes and there's a whole bunch of links and that one isn't there anymore.
I hate that.
See if I can. There you go. If you want to download it directly from the chat, it's there, or if you can follow the link. I had trouble with that link as well.
Yeah, 91 pages.
Yeah.
This guy who runs his rock and roll dances with 200-300 people, I'd love to know what he does.
He lets the dancers have fun.
I think he works hard too. I think he does Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday night classes, all in different parts of Melbourne. And just recently, he just temporarily closed his Monday night class because they had less than 100 people. So send them all into another night. Incredible. Can you imagine if we only had 100 people and we had to boot them over to another day?
Well, East and West Coast swing used to be very, very big here in Australia as well. It still is up on the Northern Territory side. And, you know, there's a lot of that where they used to have, you know, 200-300 people show up for swing lessons and then have a Friday night dance.
I believe it's like you said, it's an image thing.
Yeah.
Rock and roll is very vintage, very cool. You know, it's got like the hot girls and the cars and the pretty makeup and the pin-up curls. You know, girls love doing all that stuff. Square dancing, we don't have that. We don't have that image.
Yeah, but we've got lampshades.
Yeah,
we've got lampshades and frou-frous.
Well, most of the outfits that we wear are pretty much the same outfits that we see the young rock and roll girls wear at dances. But we have a different image. Ours might be a little bit longer, but they're much the same.
Yeah. Somebody did a study a while back as to the traditional square dance clothing with the hoop skirts and the crinoline and whatnot. And that was late 50s, early 60s, because the young women would not be seen dead going to a dance in a long skirt or in a pantsuit, you know, because that's what the younger crowd used to wear.
So what did they wear? The hoop skirts.
Yeah, that's what the late 50s and 60s, that was the style. That was how you got young people into square dancing, because they wouldn't be seen going to a dance like that with a long dress on or a country dress or, God forbid, a pantsuit. Gotta love it.
We had at our convention this year, they made the provision that for the day sessions you didn't have to wear square dance attire. Yeah. I reckon 80% of the people did.
Yeah. Most of them are comfortable. I've always approached it the same way I was taught it, is you go to a dance, if you're going to your club, you dress as you're comfortable. If you're going to a big event, treat it like any other activity or any other organization. If you go to play darts on a Friday night or you go curling, you wear what's appropriate, comfortable for you to go and play darts in a pub or whatever it is your activity is. But if you're going to have a big get together where there's a big social evening and everybody's getting together for a formal event, you get dressed up for it. Well, we should take the same kind of approach to square dancing. I'd rather have 100 people on the floor comfortable and clean clothes, but comfortable, than one very well-dressed square.
And I think that was the wonderful thing. I think the people who wanted to could. If they popped out for lunch and thought, oh, the plus session's starting now, but I'm not dressed, they could just stroll on in. And the ones who wanted to did. And I don't think it changed the image of the day. I think everyone looked very nice. And
has anybody else here ever faced that stigma? If you're not in proper square dance clothes, you can't dance. You're not allowed to dance.
I don't think I've never actually seen it enforced, ever.
I've faced that once where it was stringently. And
I've only ever seen girls get kicked off the dance floor for the skinny heels. That's it. That's all I've ever seen. We say, oh, the rules will be enforced at the convention, but people sort of wear whatever they want. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone get penalized for it, although people tend to do what's written in the book. Maybe with a few minor alterations.
It's odd because ballroom dancing, and that is done in high heels.
Marina, you talked about the rock and roll is sort of vintage and people are interested in doing that. From what I've heard, and Mickey, you can confirm, that part of square dancing in Europe for a while was because U.S. Western cowboy was kind of a vintage thing that people wanted to get into. Now we should convince people all over that.
I think maybe you just, I tend to just lean into the skid, People go, yeehaw, I go, oh yeah. What else can you say?
I know when I'm been called hired to do party dances, they all frequently
They're always bar dancers, aren't they?
They have bales of hay all around the room, but
I've just done one with a venue with hay bales. And I've just been called for somebody's 40th surprise birthday party, and it all sounded all very normal. Oh yeah, we've seen square dancing before, we'd like to do it. And then just before she hung up the phone, she said, oh, I'm going to order some hay bales and this and that. And I thought, oh no, not another one. But I just lean into it, do like I do the square dancing skirt with some boots, and then I get like a flannelette shirt and I tie it up at the waist,
Easy me.
Yeah, but those
But you can pull that off, Lorena. Last time I put a skirt with high boots and tied it up, it just didn't look right.
Yeah, since COVID, I have to tie it a little looser, but that's all right.
Yeah, that country type thing, that doesn't work over here anymore, because those people who like to listen to country music are usually those sitting in a beer tent and just want to listen to the music and talk to each other and drink beer. They're not interested in moving at all or dancing. So we have to look for a totally different and a brand new clientele.
I did I don't know if you've done one already. I would love a session just on one night shows, because I've done some shocking one night shows. I did one where, they all were sitting around drinking when I got there. It was a yeehaw country party. And when I called them up onto the floor, they all brought their drinks. And I looked at the guy who was running the show and he said, oh, it's all right, I got this. And he came over and he said, oh, guys, I don't want to be the bad guy. He said, but you can't have your drinks on the dance floor. So what did they all do? They took their drinks and they left. What do you do?
I think here in the U.S.
Best you can with what you got.
You accept their paycheck and and relax. Maybe in the U.S. we ought to promote this. This is the rage in Germany and Sweden and Australia, and you guys ought to try it here in the U.S. also.
This is the rage in Australia. I think that's a bit of an overstatement.
It is now. But
Yeah, we got
time's
10
making it-
learners this year. It's really taken off.
Yeah, well,
You know,
we're-
and when
we're-
I hear
we're
10
building-
learners, I think 10 squares. That's pretty good. But no, you mean
we're
10
building
people.
a house in Jindra, just down in the Albert area, and try as I might entomb it, wasn't able to happen. And there's a big stigma of what was here in Albury, Wodonga area. But Jindra is a small, about 2,000 people, and it's got a really, really good demographic. So hopefully I'll move out there next year, and we'll see if we can start again at everybody is able to come and dance type level. We'll see what happens.
I thought, you'd know the area. My partner's parents live up in Beechworth, which is just before. Oh
Just
no,
down the other side, yeah.
no, the next one, Yak and Dander. And
Yeah,
you
that's
look
what
around, you think, I reckon a square dance club would work really well here.
I was actually going to be moving into Yak and Dander. I had a job offer there, and unfortunately, because of my injury, they held it for 6 months, then another 6 months, and I still didn't get the clearance from the doctor, so they had to actually hire somebody to fill the position. But
Yeah.
Yak and Dander is a beautiful area.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And you just look at, and they've got such a strong community spirit. And yeah, I reckon a square dance club would be a ripper there, but it'd be an awfully long drive for me.
Not that far. It's only a few hours. Used to drive that in Germany all the time. I
Hour
lived
and
in
a
Lard,
half.
driving up to Hamburg for a dance. That was like, well, there's a dance
I'm
on
not
Friday.
sure
Let's
I'd-
drive to Hamburg. It's only 8
I'm not
hours.
sure I'd make it there after work.
Let
Well,
alone
I
trying to
could
make
now. I'm in Jindra now. Oh, I will be. You're very quiet tonight, Hannah. Lars? You're still with us, are you? How did your caller training sessions go last week?
Fine. We had a lot of new beginner callers. They are going to call a little bit on at the Swedish convention in June. So they are doing everything to practice now.
You got the whip behind him, do you?
No, I was just invited to talk about how to prepare for such an event.
Don, are you going to look at doing I think it's actually 2 sessions would be warranted on it, but not just the technicalities behind a one-night stand and performing. Mike Seastrom does a really good job on that, as does Tony, but just a general session on the adventures of one-night stands, or along this line, bring your story and how would you deal with this type thing?
I hadn't had anything on the horizon. I think I'm trying to remember what Betsy Gata did for us, if it was a party night thing. Let me bring that up and see what I can find. Betsy would be a good one. I haven't asked her to do something in quite a while.
I usually have a few line dances up my sleeve, and I've written down some new mixes that I want to learn before my next one as well. Because at the last one, square dancing was not going to happen. I could not even get them to form a circle. Like we were in trouble. But I was able to get them to do a mixer. So I thought if we can do that, then we could almost do that all night and just break it up with some other things in between.
I had a bit of an advantage here. I've done a lot of one nights, but the impression, like here in Australia, the term barn dance has a very different connotation than a barn dance in North America. It's basically a country and Western type music free for all with a lot of booze and a lot of everything else going on, or at least up where I was. But I think it had to do with my accent. Yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with my accent, because coming in, oh, we're going to have a square dance. Oh, a barn dance. No, a square dance. Oh, isn't that the same? No. And once it got going, the one night stands were easy. I could do 2 or 3 of those a year with the same group, but trying to get them to commit to an actual one night a week type thing or a regular activity just wasn't going to happen in a small town.
I've got a question, because when I do party nights, there's the chat. Actually, let me to everybody. Betsy Gata did a session on party nights for us, and it was our 37th session, and it was on February 8th, 2021. And this is our
Oh, I was looking for this the other day. This is
on the hour
fantastic.
someplace else. We have a program this morning.
Sorry.
And this is our 80th session today. Wow. So yeah, I put the link in the chat to Betsy's thing. Betsy generally does a pretty good job on this. But the question I was going to ask before I got caught double doing two things at once. Some people, when they do party nights, do all sorts of things to entertain the people, which is a good thing, which includes, as Lorena said, line dances or Clark was saying dip and dive stuff before. Whereas when I do party nights, I do it very similar to the first night of class. I figure what we all love about square dancing is square dancing, and so I try to make a party night as similar to that, what we all know and love of square dancing, as possible, to hopefully get people interested in wanting to learn more about it. And
so I always make sure to ask on the phone now. I say, now you've seen square dancing before. I want to make sure, like, if you haven't seen it before, look it up, make sure that's what you want before you bring me back, yeah? And I always try a square as a first resort, or my first, like, plan A. And I've had nights where I have taught them square dances all night. I've had nights where I've picked out 10 moves that I thought I would teach, sort of 6 moves that I thought probably, and then 4 moves that I thought just in case. And I've ended up having to add moves on the end. And then I've had nights where I could not even get them to form a square. Like, I had the most recent one I did made me never want to do a one-night show again. I had all these funny formations. My favorite one was where I had boy, girl, and then with his back to this girl, I had another boy and a girl. And then I had boy, girl, or something. Like, they were side by, like, in 2 little lines. And then I would get them to circle, and I'd say, okay, so I want you to back out and form a square. And they couldn't do it. And so I got my radio mic and I went down onto the floor and I put them in a square, like, physically. And then no matter what I did, they would go back into this weird, and I gave up. I gave up so quickly. It just wasn't going to happen. The group that I had, I could not get them into this position. And there might have been a way that I could have, but I couldn't work it out and they couldn't work it out. We had a terrible time.
Mickey?
Yeah, please.
Mickey?
Yeah, I very much go along with Don, and on open houses, we call them open houses, those party nights. And I've written a routine for Color Lab. Being at the convention, we had a panel, Enhancing Sociability. And I made a distinction between those who've been in the activity and to restart everything, but also to the first-time contactors, as I call them. So when we invite them, let's put it the other way. Years and years before, I always had one sentence which I couldn't stand anymore, which was after they were shown what it is like and they were invited and they were asked to come out and dance and join the party, they would say, no, we're just watching, maybe next time or maybe later. Let's just have us watch. And they never would join. So what I tried to analyze why that happened. And the better and more socializing the group was, and the more connected the club was, the hosted club, let's put it that way, the better the group was, right? The more it was a real fixed team, the more the others would step back. And I analyzed why that would happen. And I found out that you need your part in the group. It was just like, kind of inviting on a private base, all kind of friends and family to your house. And with your best friends, you would have a big ball in the kitchen and, with just a few, and the rest of the crowd would be sitting in the living room or dining room and waiting, what's going to happen, what's going on, when do we start or whatever, and what are we doing here? So I figured out one routine, and I've never ever had that sentence again. And it starts out that we don't even talk about dancing. All we have an open house, we're going to show them what we're, the group, whatever Humsty Bumsty is going to do. And you are invited, and have a good evening. Enjoy your evening, going to have a good time. So when we are ready to start, all I say, let's make a big circle. And we're gonna have everybody welcome, and we need to introduce each others. And so everybody gets up and gets in a big circle. Not one time the word dance has been mentioned yet. So we have then in the big circle have the newbies, the first contactors, get into the center of the circle. And here's where I start playing gimmicks, and the others close the circle so no one can escape, and lock the doors and the windows. And you've got the first laughs. And you got the new ones in the center, and you give them a big applause and say, oh, nice that you came here, and warm welcome. And now they pick an angel from the outer circle. That means they get a mentor for the whole evening. And on that night, they are never left alone. So they pick that mentor. Sometimes, they already know one, and if not, they will pick. And if they're pretty shy, then they will get someone from the experienced dancers, and they come back into the center. And now in the center of that circle, you only have couples with the first contactors, as I call them, and with angels. And then the others fill in as couples. And so we all have couples. And now we go again and make a big circle where everybody has his partner. So now we just say, hi and whatever, little announcements, what we have to do. And we face partner, and let's do a do-si-do. And that's the first steps they do, and they do it. And then we go circle left, circle right, and then we have everybody face partner. And now we do a right and left grand. And this is important because now everybody touches everybody somehow. And, all the shyness and whatever you had is gone, and you're somehow moving. It doesn't hurt. You're having fun. You do some chokes. You have them run around twice in a circle, and, give them time till they meet. So after this session is done, you're telling them, now we're going to have a little break, loosen your bones and shake your hands and feet and whatever, get a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you want to do. And after this break, you're going to meet with the same person on the same spot in that circle. So this means that afterwards, they're going to meet the same person. There is no, I don't have a partner or who's whatever. They've got a date, as I call it. You got a date with an angel. Okay. So now they meet after the break in that same circle, the same spot. Now we do the same thing again in the circle, going around with the right, left grand, loosen everything a little bit up. And now we get into little circles. And usually they already form the squares instead of little circles, but for couples. And we tell them what you can do now, what we just did, the big circle, you can do also the small circle. And it's going to get a little bit more dynamic. We set up the square, we have their home. And now it's the most important thing what happens. Now within that square, through the whole evening, they will not change partners. They will not change the squares on that first night. Because now they've got their place in the group. There is no looking for the partner or am I left over or whatever. Whenever it says it's for everybody, let's join for the next round, they've got their place in the group. They're a member of the team. And it is so important. And now in the third or fourth tip, we may show them with the other dancers what square dancing would look like, as I say, if you would have showed up last week. So, and now they're not afraid anymore because they've got their place in the group, they had their fun, and they're joined. And so going from one set to the other goes very quick with changing, and it's very successful and they stay. And I've never ever since then, I've been doing it for 15 years now, in this routine, giving them their place in the group, being a member of the team. I've never had the word again, no, we're just watching.
Vicky, I've never thought of that, let them go to their same square every time. I like to mix them with people, but I like your idea. One of the reasons could be that, gee, if you wanted to sit this one out, Ralph just waved goodbye. I thought he was waving like he wanted to talk. If they wanted to sit one out, it's going to be noticeable. They can't because their team needs them. It's another good approach.
Yeah.
Words that I've used, I don't know why I'm repeating because they're not successful. But when I try to get people to square up, I let them know, hey guys, this is not a spectator sport. It's a participation sport. And you guys that are sitting out are making the other people nervous by watching them. If we have everybody up, then there's nobody watching and nobody's going to be nervous. It doesn't work very well, but it's what I usually try.
I find that those kinds of tricks, that what Mickey's talking about is, I think that's pretty much standard, or at least it used to be on Europe. When I started, everybody that was new was in there. It was the two circles. The inner circle was your outer circle. And they did that. That's how I was introduced with the group as well. And that works really, really well for clubs. On one night stands, like the party nights, there's a myriad of different approaches. But the one thing that I've been offered so many times is, oh, you're doing a one night, we can bring a couple squares up to show them what's done. And my personal preference is I hate having square dancers at a party night, one night stand with non-dancers. I hate doing a demonstration. I hate all the stigma. If they want to get dressed up as cowboys and mini pearls and Tex Ritters and John Waynes, that's entirely up to them. My job is to give them a good time. And the worst way to give somebody a good time is, this is what I expect of you. Never have and this is just my opinion, but never have a demonstration square at an open party night. That's not what you're there for. I put in the chat what I would generally do for movements on a party night. And I've used that format very, very successfully for well over 30 years now. Different people have different things. I don't do line dances. I don't do the mixers and things like that, because to me, well, that's not square dancing. I'm there to do square dancing. That's what I'm hired for. Other people do line dances, mixers, the birdie dance, and they're very, very successful at it. And that's what the key is whatever works for you is what you should be doing, because you're there to entertain that audience.
There might have been something that I didn't do that I could have done, trying to get them into squares. But if you have tried everything, and I mean everything, I tried every single way of getting them into a square. I could hardly get them to touch each other. What else would you do? Like, if you physically can't get them into squares, I need a plan B. I've had two where I just could not even get them to cooperate with each other. How do you get around that?
You just say, this next round's on me. No, just kidding. I don't know. That's a good question.
I had that once. I was doing a thing at the actually the Atomic Energy Commission was sponsoring or hosting where I was. And I expect, okay, I've got a bunch of eggheads and scientists, and no, it wasn't. It was like 750 people in this massive auditorium that wanted to really let loose and have a party. And the issue was the drinking was there. It was an open bar. I gave them the activity, and nobody wanted to get up. Nobody wanted to be the first one up. A couple people would get up and they say, oh, they're going to put on some dance music. I just put the music on, let them play, put some stuff on. Get there early enough that the dancing is there, and then I get them up. And usually I'll go with, okay, everybody have a look at your choice. Now, who did you bring? Point at that person, say, I'm not dancing with you. Pick somebody else from the table. And you make it a lady's choice, or you do something that's going to get, there is no right answer to your question. It's a matter of, you've got to really be able to read that crowd and see what's going to go on.
Maybe you should offer some options. Like either you participate or I sing off pitch all night.
So my two failures, I'm quite happy. They were failures. My first one, it was an O week at a vet school, and I thought same thing. These are going to be really clever kids, and they were absolutely, they were off the planet. They were so drunk. The best I could do, I couldn't even get them to do mixes. I could not get them to form 2 circles. I did line dancing where I stood at the front and did a quick demonstration, and then we did a line dance, and every person followed the person in front of them. That was the best I could do. I couldn't even get them to walk on the floor and put their cans down. Like, hopeless. The second one that I had was recent. It was a couple of weeks ago, and it made me never want to do a one-night show again. I got there was a DJ playing. It was blaring. I could not, my sound system did not compete. And they were all 7-day Adventists from all over the state at a social mixer, the first one that they'd had for 3 years, who were all between something like 13 to 18 and didn't know each other. And they didn't want to touch each other. What can you do? I didn't know what to do. I gave up. I had the very loud DJ play music, pop music on his very loud system, and I walked them through line dances.
I had a similar thing. It was also a Seventh-day Adventist, which is, and you're absolutely right about there's a social stigma on that. The approach I took was I got everybody into a prayer circle. Mm-hmm. Basically, it was okay, let's everybody get up in a quick prayer circle. Great. Now make a circle. Let's put boy, girl, prayer circle. Okay, we're going to say a quick prayer. Everybody look, boys, I want you to turn right. Girls, I want you to turn left. Okay. Acknowledges it. Now just say, thank God you're my partner. Thank God you're my corner. I may never see you again, but thank God you're there. Now let's get so, and you just did that and say, oh, bless you all the way around. You find something that's going to be that common medium. And you taking basically a bunch of drunk vets and making a conga line and letting them have fun. Guess what? That was the right approach.
It was hopeless. I cannot stress it enough.
The question I'll ask is, did they have a good time?
I think so. Okay,
then you succeeded. Fail doesn't mean it all went wrong. That was just your first attempt at learning. First attempt at learning.
They would be, and the most recent one, I would say definitely a failure. I could hardly get them going. I couldn't even communicate with the DJs. I couldn't get them to turn their music off for long enough to have a go.
Yeah. And DJs are hard.
I would love to have a proper get together and actually discuss, all these things and what we did to get around them, because I think there is no right answer. One shoe fits all. I've had some fabulous one-night shows. I've had church youth groups that, I ended up teaching all these moves that I never even planned to teach them because they were just ripping through it. But you never know what you're going to get until you get there.
One of the things when you do have a successful group, Lorena, is that I try to teach as few calls as I can, but try to do as much variety of choreography with those calls. And every time I hear a talk on somebody's, oh, I could have done that too. That's pretty cool. But teach as little as you can. Let them dance as much as you can. But I do it, again, as I said, and Mel confirms he does also, is in the vein of Western square dancing that we love, and try to get them to love it too. It might be nice to have a session where we add our party night figures.
I personally love starting everybody out in a big circle. I find that is the biggest icebreaker. And my whole thing is, I'll start in that big circle, find a way to get them in there. The ones that want to participate. That's where I do have a bit of a difference than what Mickey does. I'm a firm believer. If somebody doesn't want to dance, I will not create any circumstance to force them to get on the dance floor. I want them to see that everybody else is having fun and they want to join in the next time.
But then I find the next time they get up, and if you've got enough people who sat out, then they're getting up and they didn't do the first one, and now you've got to go back and everyone else
start over again. And you know what? If they're non-dancing, I would start in a big circle and go, right, here's the big circle. Great, we're walking to the left. Hey, we're walking to the right. Now I want you to shuffle. I want you to do whatever. Boys, turn around. Okay, shake left hands with that girl. Great, slide your hand up just to the elbow, Mickey. No further, no flirting now. Little quicks like that. Turn her all the way around. Go back to your partner. Good. You ever watch Bugs Bunny? Put your hands up like this, boy. Do whatever you have to do. And there's the big circle, and you've got the Alaman left, you've got the do-si-do, you've got the circle left, you've got the circle right, you've got the promenade, you've got all the boys in the middle make a right-hand star, all the girls make a left-hand star. You've got the promenade, you've got the wheel around, boys back up, girls turn in, promenade the other way around, go all, all of those things you can do in a big circle. They had fun. You can put them in a big circle, and then I'll say, okay, back in the big circle, and I look for the numbers. Great. And if I've got the right amount of numbers, I'll say, right, every second couple, I'll get them in every second couple, turn around and face the couple behind you. I'm not going to number them. I'm going to let them have a laugh while you're figuring out, okay, who's the odd couple? Eventually they'll get there. And that may take 2 minutes, but they're having fun figuring it out. And then I'll put them together, and then we'll do all those circle movements and I do what Mickey does. I don't call them squares, but they'll make squares because it's called square dancing. It's already in their head, but then we'll do all those circle movements so that if they sat out the first one and saw everybody having fun, they'll have fun. And a lot of times, I may make $50, $100. Sometimes I'll make $750, depending on what the venue is for one of these dances. But regardless, I'll always take a $20 bill and I'll make a competition on it. There's that, or I'll buy the first round of drinks for the bar that gets through this whole sequence, and it might cost me a whole round of drinks. I don't care. I'm not in it to make money. I'm in it to make money long term. I want these people on my dance floor.
Yeah.
I want to get called back. So
one of the problems, Mel, is when these people that set out the first set and they get up for the second one because everybody's having fun and peer pressure and all that other stuff, and you review everything for them, you can still see throughout the whole night, or at least for quite a while, they've had one tip less of experience, one tip less of practice, and it's amazing how it shows. It continues no matter how.
I actually haven't really found that, but when I get into the square, I've got them doing a wheel around. I've got them doing the Alaman left. I've got them doing the right and left grand. They get up on the second tip, even if I get them in squares. I'm not going to be doing very much different than what I did in the big circle with everybody. The only thing I'm going to do is introduce a home. They've already got the corner. They've already got the partner. I redo that. I do the right and left grand, end with the same person you started with, the weave, the ring, the promenade, and I can do head tipples, sides, step into the middle, heads, promenade, only halfway, sides, back up. Don't let them go any further. Come down the middle, join hands, circle 4 halfway, back up your home. I'll do the same thing. Now everybody join hands, circle left halfway, 2 couples, one, all those things work.
The way
and
that
everybody gets the review.
The way that I get the squares is I'll have a big circle. I'm not crazy about them, but I'll do the Alaman left and the do-si-dos, the promenades, and eventually I'll say scatter promenade and find another couple to circle 4. And then I'll do the same stuff with the circle 4, do-si-do your partner, do-si-do the other one.
Yep.
And then I'll scatter promenade and find another couple and do it with 4. And then I'll say that foursome, find another group of 4 and make a group of 8. And we'll do the stuff in the circles of 8. And then we'll have them stop and face the walls and tell them who the heads are. By the way, I tell them who heads are and who sides are. I never tell them who's couple number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. We don't need that. In beginner classes, mainstream classes, I'll tell them that the last night because maybe they're going to run into a caller that uses couple 1 and 3 do something. But heads is all we need, and sides, unless we're going to do non-symmetric stuff.
I'll do things like saying, okay, the couples that are back to me and facing
Folks, if I may interrupt,
your head.
Bye-bye.
I'll say things like your head couples, everything relies on you being perfect all the time. You're in the head position. And I'll go sides. I just tell them that because it makes them feel important. You're actually better than they are, and then I'll turn anything that's facing, it will be on myself. Let them laugh at me and have fun at my expense, as long as they're having fun on the dance floor and laughing with each other. And all I can say, Lorena, my boss's name.
Lorena gets it a lot, don't worry.
Whatever you do, like you said, all you could do is get them in a line with their beer and basically doing a giant conga line and laughing. Guess what? They were having fun. They'll remember that. And the next time, Oh, we want to have fun again. You can do a little bit more. You can get it. Hey, you know that conga? Let's get everybody in a big circle to the conga. Hey, let's go to where they are, find that commonality, and bring them back to you.
And I think like in learners, that's what we do. In learners, your first night, you've got half angels, half new dancers, give or take, and they put themselves in squares. The experienced ones sort of work it out. And I don't think it ever occurred to me until it was too late that that's not going to work with people who have never seen a square before. So you need to have another way of getting them in there. And if that doesn't work, you need to have a plan B, and you have to have a plan C. And
on my, like I've talked about one night stands on my learner classes, when I start something like that, I start in the big circle, I get them promenading, I'll have every second couple wheel around, I'll do a do-side-do with the one in front of you, I'll do a pass or move to the next. Sometimes I'll have them as couples weaving the ring just for a laugh. It depends on how, and you have to judge the floor to do that. But after that first night or the second night or the third night, because we used to do 3 everybody, and it was the same session every night with just a little bit of variety. Once I get into that, every single class night started with a Sicilian circle. Big circle, everybody promenade. And I use the Sicilian circle because there's always going to be that 1 or 2 couples that are going to show up a little bit late. Everything is a 2-couple review. Almost everything is 2-couple review that you can do in a Sicilian circle. And regardless if you have an odd number of couples, right on that first night, you say, if you come in late, just pick a direction. Somebody will come to you. If we're dancing and you see one couple standing by themselves, go stand in front of them and join in. But if it's not, just stand there, pick a direction. Somebody's going to come to you in about 30 seconds and you'll be part of the dance. That was my intro. And I always end that with a big circle and a right and left grand saying hi to everybody. Every single class night started like that, all through all the sessions for all 40 weeks of them. They all started with that because that was the first 15 minutes with that Sicilian circle. That was my review. And it was an introduction. It was a have fun. It was there. But that works for me. That may not work for you. I know Dawn likes to talk to the dancers on the floor. And Dawn is one of those callers when he was calling. Every single dancer, he's having a private and personal conversation with every single dancer on the floor simultaneously while he's calling. He doesn't see that he's doing that, but that's what it feels like dancing to him. And I've heard people, how the hell does he do? How you doing? Hey, Charlie, turn around. Hey, Brenda, how you doing? Oh, that's nice. Just these little comments come out of your mouth when you're calling Dawn, and everybody feels like you're having a one-on-one with him. That's his shtick. He's got the ability to do that. I've never been able to master that. You've got capability. Yeah, you do it. You do it.
I was totally unaware of that.
You do it.
Oh my God, how embarrassing.
But it's the thing. It's the thing. You've got your shtick that makes you you. Find it, deal with it, enhance it, make fun of it with yourself, because what works for me may not work for you. And it's like the resolution techniques is like everything else. What the best way of doing a one-night stand, the best resolution method, the best choreographic management method is the one that works for you. And start small and build from it, whatever it is.
The one of the things that a lot of people say for party night, one night stands, is on singing calls, don't rotate partners. Mickey was saying stay with the same person all the time. I assume he meant on that too. I personally find that it's very easy on a singing call to rotate partners successfully. And it gives people a chance to dance with different people in the square, and which starts to build the sociability. But the main reason is at the end, I said, how many of you got back to your original partner? And everybody feels, wow, successful, they did.
I don't do it on the first tip, but on the first night or a one night stand, they'll be doing it by the end of the evening.
I do it on the first tip, and I have no problem setting it up to get 100% success.
I wouldn't.
Except for that square that came from Lorena's last dance, but
I would do the chains and the lead rights and say hello to people while you're over there and do this and that. But I tend not to progress them. I say this is where you will start, and at the end of each sequence, you're going to take your partner and you're going to bring them back here. If I had, like I've done 2 one-night shows for rock and roll groups, They were the best. Amazing. They already knew how to dance. Half of the problems taken away. They all knew each other. Them, I progressed, I think, on maybe the second last bracket or the last bracket. And I explained to them before I did it, because I think you're a man, it doesn't matter. But you're a woman. They say, oh, okay, so it's the start of the tip or the bracket. You know, this is your home position. This is your partner. This is your corner. You're ahead. And then someone else takes you home and suddenly you're aside. Like that's terrible for a lady if no one tells you what you're doing. I wouldn't usually do that on a one night show.
Sometimes
I do when we're doing it, but I'll introduce it like in a big circle, ladies center, men's sachet. I'll do that in the big circle on the first night, and I'll get the big yells, ladies center, men's sachet. Look at your new corner, Alaman left. Look at your new partner, right and left grand. But on the third hand, hey, there's mother. And then when we get to that, I'll also make that little, again, the self-effacing joke. You know, guys, you've been making those women stay at home all your lives. It's their turn to go out and party. Guys, you're going to stay at home. Women, you get to go with every other guy. You're going to go home with every other guy in your square tonight. But at the end of the evening, the one that brought you. Whatever you need to do to get that impression that it's okay to be with a different person and a different partner, as long as you end up with the one you started with when it's time to go home, you're going to be fine. That's what this event's all about.
not so much in party nights, but I don't know, pretty close to the beginning of classes, I will say that you guys may have noticed that most of the directions go towards the men. And there are two reasons for that, and the women are expected to do their part. There are two reasons for that. One is traditionally that's how it's been done. And two is the guys need a lot more help than the women do in getting through this. They can extrapolate much more easily. Give
I
credit.
would use the line, God created women to dance backwards. And it's true. And that's exactly what people say. Well, what do you mean? Okay, well, hey, let's, and I'll pull somebody out. What do you mean? Oh, well, here, come up here. We're going to do a waltz, okay? Now, a waltz, you're going to go forward to the side and back. Hey, who am I talking to? I go forward. Which way is the lady going? Great. I'm going to do a left turn. Which way is the lady? I'm going to do a right turn. Which way? God created women to dance backwards. And you make a little joke on that and suddenly, oh, yeah. And then I'll do the same thing. And that's because women are able to think twice as fast, twice as good, and they're a hell of a lot smarter than we are. We got one thing to remember. Where's home? Get there at the end of the evening. Ladies are doing all the work anyway because they're used to it. And then, of course, got a lot of boo hiss.
We've got a lot of tradition callers from way back when, and probably still, that somehow aren't aware of all that. I was 1970, I think, at a caller school, some very top callers there, and one student was calling circle left, now circle right, do an Alaman left with your corner. And after an Alaman right, the caller coach there said, you shouldn't do an Alaman left after a circle right, because you have to abruptly change direction. And I said, you mean like the women have to do all the other times? Of course, it's more than just changing directions. Is the changing hands is available for the guy because his left hand is there whether he's circling left or right, whereas the women have to cross over with their left. But it shocked me that this caller, popular, great caller, wasn't.
Yeah, didn't think of it that way. You still get that, that's bad flow for who? Like one of the things that, like when I learned to dance, you did that arm swing, like when you're marching, and you circle to the left, you circle to the right because you were doing that round dance vine step, and your arms are going like that. Your circle was in cadence, and the callers called it so that as your arms are coming back with your left hand, that was the Alaman left. As you come, it was time. The callers watched that. The dancers danced to that. They danced with the music. Alaman left. You're in the middle of turning towards your corner for the Alaman left, and everything was timed like that. And the dancers danced like that. But we don't put nearly enough focus on the dance of square dancing anymore. We don't put enough emphasis on the styling, on the success that comes with moving to the music and doing all that kind of stuff. Because that's really where the fun was.
I think when we circle, I don't know if this is the same everywhere. When we circle left, we've got those arms going and everyone's doing the vine. When we circle right, the arms go down and everyone just
walk,
sort of trots to the right.
single
Yeah.
file promenade like
But
elephants.
it's quite fascinating, isn't it? Like we
It is.
don't do the fancy stuff when we're going to the right. We don't like it.
I have no idea why, and yet that used to be taught. You know, it used to be taught. You know, like we talk now.
I mean, they're the same.
Let's
Why?
drop star through. Let's drop dive through. Let's drop all these things that have the things. But when we were taught, some people have a hard time raising the arm up. So here's how it's done. But there's nothing wrong with doing a California twirl by starting to raise your hand, letting go if you can, do the trade, and then join hands when you bring it back down behind. You were
Yeah.
taught how to do that. And now it's, oh, well, now we'll not use that anymore.
We've got a 9-year-old boy learning with us.
Mm.
And he's such a good sport. I'm quite a well-built lady. I'm quite tall. And he will let go, regardless of the height of the lady. He will let go on the star through. But it throws the women. The women can't seem to cope with someone letting go of their hand.
Which is odd because a lot of them, I know who you're talking about, a lot of them
And it's
dance,
just a slide
a lot
through.
of them dance advanced, and yet you call a star through and they slap hands and don't touch hands anyway.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. They just, it's not in their head. Oh, I've got to, oh, there's a little kid. I've got to help him.
I think
gotta hold
maybe
on to this
people don't realize that a slide through and a star through are the same thing.
When I teach a dive through, I say you make an arch, but it's a virtual arch. You let go just so people don't have to bend over backwards to get through there, and then rejoin it afterwards. It's also oh no, I shouldn't have said that because I can't remember what I was going to say. It'll come to me in a few weeks. Old age is funny that way.
we should do, Lorena, is get you to be the guest speaker on one night stands to kick it off, just to
What
kick
not
off
to
the
do?
discussion. No, there's no such thing as what not to do.
I get
There's things that you did that maybe you might have a second thought and do a little differently next time, because that's the learning experience. But there's no what not to do's.
Are you trying to say it's a what not to do again? And a better way to say it is things I learned from. Mistakes I've learned from. My worst party night was because of the acoustics in the hall, and I didn't have the proper equipment. I was trying to finally just decided to teach a round dance, and I stood without equipment in the middle of the hall, and people were gathered all around me, and shouting at the top of my voice. The best I could get them to hear was I had to turn 90 degrees and turn 90 and talk to more people as we went around. The acoustics were unbelievably bad. But I can't say that I've had people that I couldn't get into a square.
I cannot even the ones way back years ago, the drunk ones, them at least I could get into a square. I just couldn't get them to do anything beyond that. And I couldn't get them to touch hands because of all the drinks. But the ones recently, and it was like the first group got up and they made this, cannot even describe this square that they were in. And then everyone else just followed suit. And no matter what I did, I would circle them around and I'd say, okay, now keep this formation. I want you to let go hands and stop where you are. And then, okay, you'll see that we've got, and they would put themselves back in this weird, how do you get out of that? I could not stop them from doing it. I went down onto the floor, which I never do. I went down onto the floor and tried to arrange them. And I just gave up and got them to make a circle instead.
There's things like you said, the one issue I had this, I was actually with a bunch of Army guys trying to teach them to square dance and was in the mess. And of course they all had drinks. Great. It was there. Right. Face your partner, toast your partner. Good. Pass, toast the next one. By the time they got around, guess what? Everybody had finished their drink. Now they're all standing there with empty glasses feeling cool. I said, okay, well, we got about 5 more minutes of that. I'll tell you what, I'll give you about 30 seconds. Just set your glass on the table behind you. I made them drink it. And it was
so that you could teach the next bit.
Yeah,
incredible.
Now, granted,
I
wasn't in the situation. I only had one square of about 8 that was like that, and the fact that we were all senior NCOs and wives and everything else there made it a little easier because we're used to following orders. It was, you find a way but you've got to find a way that makes you, there's nothing wrong with going down on the floor and doing something. I do it all the time. I want to do a demonstration. You know, I'll pick, you know, you get that one cowboy that's got the death grip. So you go out and you pick the most frail little old lady. You go up and say, okay, and this is what you do. Squeeze my hand. And I'll scream in absolute agony, fall on the floor, holding her hand up. Ah. And ladies, and then I'll get up and say, ladies, and I guarantee if you squeeze your hand, if you do that once, I guarantee he'll never squeeze your hand like that again. Meanwhile, this poor lady, you know, 70 years old, she goes, oh, and then she starts laughing. And then everybody starts laughing. But the hand grips become very gentle after that. If you're not willing to make a fool out of yourself and enjoy doing it, you're not going to succeed. You've got to put yourself on say, if you want to be that formal teacher, you're going to fail because nobody wants to be there to be taught.
Yeah, at a party, of course not. Yeah.
Even in lessons, they're there to have fun. Even in lessons, although they're going to learn, if you approach it like a teacher and student, it's doomed to fail. But if you approach it, you're going to have fun and you're going to learn doing it. You don't say you're going to learn, you're just going to go in there and have fun. They're going to learn regardless.
Most of them.
Yeah. Well, what's good is like I had one couple in Carleton Place. They came to my dance class 3 years in a row as student dancers. I failed them twice. You know, they want to graduate. I will actually fail. I don't fail them. I don't graduate them. You know, I said, sorry, you know, I'll write out the graduation, but I'll tell them beforehand. It says, I don't think you're ready. I'll do everything I can to do it. The one couple, I failed a number of people or didn't graduate a number, but this one couple, 3 years before I graduated, but they came back every year because they were having a good time. You know, and some people were very frustrated because they couldn't dance. They were so slow to pick it up. You know what? They're still with the club and they're on the executive of the club, and this is 20 some odd years later.
Yeah.
So that's if you give them that thing that they want, they'll be there.
Yeah.
You know, we have, at least in my opinion, we have a good product to sell. We just don't know how to sell it. We don't know how to market. We don't know how to make it appealing because we're so stuck in our own headspaces of what was rather than what can be. I don't want to go back to what it was in the 70s and 80s. That was then. I had a great time then. I had a great time playing soldier for a living back then too. I'll be damned if I can go back and do that now.
Do you think we are in an era where, and I assume everywhere's the same, in an era where our dancers want such a challenge?
No.
Like, do you think we are too tempted to do things that are difficult instead of going back to basics and trying to make those basics really fun?
I don't think so. I think our dancers want to dance and have fun.
I think our dancers do.
But we as callers have been calling for ourselves for so long and bringing the dancers with us that we've created this chasm between the can-dos and the just want to have funs. And the can-dos are what we catered for. And unfortunately, in the early 80s through the mid 90s, we had that massive push. Sight calling was the be all end all. So anybody could be a caller now because you didn't have to actually understand mechanics. And there was the thrill of having your name known as being a caller rather than actually doing the work to become a caller. That we pushed dancers to the point of, you got to do this. Oh, I got to do something more. I don't know how to use 50 basics or the basic program, 32 movements, and be able to call a dance. Well, I know, I'll just give them the rest of the mainstream program from this position. And then, oh, well, they got to dance +1. They got to dance +2. We got to do this. Well, hey, I'm a plus caller. I can get up there and call this and rush, where innovation became more movements. And then we had the technical chasm between, I want to advance dancers, all really, really good dancers. I'm going to call to those dancers. That worked well when you had, 15 squares coming in every year for lessons. But when we looked at that, we have exactly the same failure rate as we had back then. We keep less than 40% of the dancers that start classes. We kept less than 40% of the dancers that started classes in the 1980s. The problem is when you had 100 dancers come in, you got 40. That's 5 squares on the floor that you got 5 squares of new dancers every year. Today, you've got 4 dancers coming in or 5 dancers coming in. 1 dancer will stay. So we're gone down and we cater to the technical. So we pull these guys up to get in with the group because we can't afford the halls anymore. So everybody that wanted to have fun is being left behind. And of course, they go find something else because we
I
as
think,
callers catered for the technical for so long. If
our,
we go back and say, here's a product that's really good, and we learn how to use that product, it's good. And the only way I can ask you is darts, bowling, 10-pin bowling has got to be one of the most boring activities going. 5-pin bowling is one of the most boring activities. And yet there are bowling clubs everywhere. Ice skating in Australia. Oh my God. But you got Dubbo, which has temperatures exceeding 130 degrees most of the summer, has a skating rink and an ice hockey team that is constantly full, and it costs. Why? Because they're there to have fun.
Yeah.
And they're enjoying it. We have a product that's enjoyable, but we don't sell it as that. And of course, if we don't sell it as that, they're not going to want to do it.
I think like our club's got a bit of a rap for being a bit of a, we take in some of the less strong dancers that are on record. And at the same time, we lose some of our dancers who go off to greener pastures for a more challenging caller. I think you get both ends of the, and we get dancers from other clubs who prefer more of a fun, just relaxed sort of pace. But I do think there is this this feeling among callers where we have to be like really clever because that's what the dancers want, and it is what some of the dancers want, but I certainly don't think it's what all the dancers want.
It is. I think, Dawn, in one of your sessions, you said it very succinctly. Callers are going to get bored much faster than the dancers will, but callers think the dancers are bored because they're bored. I'm paraphrasing, but you had an entire session which was pretty much built around that premise. And we as callers look at it that way. When we get bored, we think the dancers are bored. The dancers aren't bored. You know, if I do,
We've done it 100 times, they haven't.
You know, if I do head square through, swing through, boys run, Ferris wheel, centers pass through, Alaman left, and then I do it for the sides, oh God, I'm doing the same thing over and over again. It's different for them.
They don't
I had a
know.
4 ladies chain 3/4, and now I've got them doing the same thing with different people. You know, how is it you think of it? There's over 700 quintillion different places for any square dancer to be on a square dance floor at any one time. That's how many possibilities there are. Now, when you take that and you just add formations into that, you've got over 2 billion possible places for a dancer to be on a grid at any one time. That's the math of it. The reality is when callers start thinking that way, that's the stupidity of calling. Because when you take formation out of the equation, you take arrangement out of the equation. Oh, great. What have we got? We've got 6 possibilities, 4 possibilities, 96 possible combinations of any formation in square dancing if we're calling a symmetrical dance. And that's it. Now it's more manageable, but that's still a hell of a lot. And what's happening? That's a caller thinking like a caller. Meanwhile, the dancer's saying, shit, where's my corner? Where's my partner? Oh, great. There it is. Alaman left. Got through that great. If you call touch a quarter, all 8 circulate, boys run, Alaman left, great. If you call left touch a quarter, all 8 circulate, girls run, Alaman left. Wow, that's weird. But what are you doing? You're doing the same thing. You're bored. The dancers aren't. You're muted, Don.
Yeah, is that any better? I was zoomed in on your pictures, and so I couldn't see my mute button. One of the things that is, you've got some dancers that really are go-go and want more and knowingly want more, and you want to keep them entertained too. And dancers in that category like to be challenged, at least they think they do. They really want to be challenged but win. They want variety, not challenge. So, you know, if you can come up with, as you did, just mentioned here, an example, left touch a quarter, girls run, as it's a little bit of variety, but it's not really challenging. They can get through it. And that's what even the go-go dancers, is that the right term? No. Again, they want to be challenged but win. Therefore, it's really not a challenge. They just want variety and think they're being challenged. And it's our job to trick them into that. But
Absolutely. You are so correct on that. Like a classic example on that, we did a session here, which was it came out of Jerry's story talking about symmetry. And when we look at symmetry, there's two real schools of thought on that. One is the mirror image, and the other one is anything you can do right-handed, you can do left-handed. And that's, you know, and this is coming out of the SSD program when he was talking about this. And you whatever you do, you've got the symmetrical version of it. But if we take that a step back, we've got our foundation modules. You know, the 0 box filler, swing through, boys run, Ferris wheel, pass through. Our magic module, swing through, girls circulate, boys trade, boys run, bend the line. There's our conversion. Pass through, wheel and deal, double pass through, first left, next right. There's our line module filler. And then our corner box partner, you know, touch, or sorry, partner line to corner box, touch quarter, all eight, circulate, boys run. Every single run of those can be done with the left-hand version. If you've got the lines, pass through, do a left pass through, left wheel and deal with a left-hand cup, double pass through, first couple go right, next couple go left. Wow, that feels really weird. But the dancers are going to do that 100%. That's just mirror imaging or the mirror aspect. And almost every module formation that you do right-handed, you can do left-handed with very, very minor things. Doing a Ferris wheel left-handed, you know, there's your centers pass through step to do a left do a left hand with left swing through. Girls run, Ferris wheel, centers pass through. Oh, I'm doing an uphill Ferris wheel. What the hell's that? It's just a Ferris wheel from a left-hand two-face line instead of a right-hand two-face line. But it feels so different. And that's along the line of what Don is saying. That feels so challenging to a lot of dancers because it's so unusual. And it's like, as you were saying earlier, swing through to a right and left grand, very, very easy, timed well. Once the dancers have the concept of it, they're not going to forget it as long as you use it. Do you agree to that or not?
whom are you asking?
You.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Although, yeah, the thing that came to mind as a time filler and is easy to do left-handed also is circle left and then circle right instead. But that, or do a wrong way grand, like we were talking about 2 hours ago.
Absolutely.
Oh no, excuse me, 3 hours ago. This is ridiculous. So, is it time for your session yet, Mel?
Not quite yet, but yeah. I was just looking at something here when, you know, it got me thinking about symmetry. Because here's a combination. Can I share my, if you want to go down, I can easily open up my room and go that, or are you quite happy?
I think I'm ready to
Okay. Well,
to peel off.
Yeah.
I'm
do
trying.
you want to make me host, or I
Yes,
can just
I want to, but I don't know how to do that. Let me see.
just
I'm
I
the
sure.
think
buttons?
if you leave, it'll just automatically nominate
No,
somebody.
it doesn't. If he leaves, it closes the session. If he doesn't send
Does
it.
it?
Don, click into participants, click on Mel's name, select more. It should be there.
Well, that's what I was figuring on. Let's see. There's Mel's name. There's more, and there's
Should say make host.
Make host. Chain shows. You're it, Mel.
Yeah, got it.
I ain't got no powers no more. Let me save the chat as what's left of it, and go have my second breakfast. Cheers.
What? Thanks, Don. Great session.
I'm leaving too. Thank you so much.
Bye, Hannah.
Bye. See you later.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, I'm just gonna figure out how to share this screen again. There we go. Reset. Good. And let's close that. And where am I here? Share screen there. Yep. Are you able to see Taminations there?
I think you're sharing the wrong screen.
Is that Taminations?
No, that's Zoom. There's Tam Nations.
Okay, let's try it again. Share screen. Why is this not working? Stop share. Share screen. How's that? And I can't hear anybody now.
There, now it's good.
Yeah, now I can see Tam.
Okay. I was talking about symmetry. And you know how you said when some people want the technical, they want all this weird and wonderful, what have you. If we take something like, let's just get into I don't know, corner box here. So heads pair off. Okay, so if we do, there's our corner box. Let's do a little sequence here. Swing through. Boys run. Couples. Circulate. Let's have the girls cross. Run. Boys. Trade. Let's have the boys cross. On. Through. Grade 5. Okay, so dancing that, I'm calling, let's just say I used a head square through to get into that. I'm going to do exactly that same sequence. So I did a swing through, so let's do a left swing through. We did a boys run, let's have the girls run. We did a couple circulate, that doesn't change. Other than the direction that we're circulating, because it's going uphill. We did a ladies cross run, so let's have a men cross run. We did a boys trade, so let's have the ladies trade. We did a boys cross run, so let's have the ladies cross run. Yep, line doesn't change. R2 doesn't change because it's a generic call. Pass through doesn't change. I could do a left pass through if you want. And look where I am. Right back in that corner box. Now, did I really call anything that was difficult there is the question. And the answer, of course, is no. There's nothing that was really called that was difficult. I'm calling exactly the same thing. The dancers are not going to fail on that because once I get to this point here, all right, they've done a trade by. All I have to do is say left. emphasize left, left swing through. Girls run, couples circulate, it's uphill. Boys to the far end, cross run. Ladies trade, ladies cross run, bend the line, star through, left pass through, trade by. I would say left trade by in that case, but just for the hell of it, just for the ridiculousness of it. But I haven't got difficult. I haven't added any new movements. I haven't really done an extended variation of any movement. All I've done is called this the symmetrical aspect or the mirror aspect of what was already there. And you can pretty much do that with, you know, almost all of your sequencing. You know, if you do a swing through all 8, circulate, boys run, wheel and deal, Alaman left. Oh, great. Well, why can't you do a left swing through all 8, circulate, girls run, wheel and deal, Alaman left? Well, the answer is you can do it. It works for almost any figure that you want to deal with. So, and it's something, if you want to give that experience without having to get into the weird and wonderful, you can do that. Like, I'm just trying to think of something here. Let's use Cloverleaf for a second. Let's see what we do here. Okay, so this is from Dawn session. Swing through, that's your quarter tag, extend, girls run, and then we've got the square through 4. Oh, and you can see they're right there, right and left grand, and they end at home. That looks like it's a complex sequence, but it's not. And if I say head square through, I'm going to go left square through, left touch a quarter, extend. Oh, who have I got here? I'll have the girls in the middle. Girls spin the top. Boys cloverleaf. Girls swing through, extend twice. Boys spin the top. Girls cloverleaf. Boys swing through, extend. Boys run square through 4, or left square through 4 to the right and left grand. So let's see if that works. This is the mirror image of exactly the same thing. So rather than do, like if I was going to workshop and I was doing, you know, cloverleaf from the quarter tag or something like that, I don't have to get new material or get really, really technically clever or look at different aspects. I can do exactly the same thing and just use the mirror aspect, do a left square through instead of square through. It reinforces cloverleaf. It reinforces spin the top. It's done from left-hand ways, but it's not a left-hand or right-hand movement. And yet it's something that they're intimately familiar with because they've already danced it. Does that make sense?
Can you leave it up for just a second?
Give me a second here.
Okay.
I'll do you one better. Do you one better. And what I'll do is have a look at these. I'm just doing these quickly, so bear with me. Come on. Because I've got so many windows open that it's taking a long time. So what I'll do is, where's the chat? There's the chat.
Okay.
You should be able to see that on the chat. So what I've done is I've just taken a bunch of generic modules
And you've lifted them.
and I've what?
Lifted them.
Yeah. I've mirrored them. And any one of those, like, so for instance, Dixie style, reverse Dixie style. What a great movement, that one. You know? Ends half sachet, ends half sachet, split two, separate around one, same thing. Square through three, left square through three. Half tag, left half tag. Ladies trade, men's trade. Recycle is a recycle. It's ends and centers. There's no left or right on it. You know, if it's ladies do it, then it's boys do it. And when, you know, it's getting into that, and there's a bunch of partner line ones. There's, oh my God, 39 pages of them that I've done here. So lots of stuff for you to play with.
Okay.
And you can just download that right out of the chat if you want. But those are some of the classic examples of what they were saying. So it goes into your question about, you know, do the dancers want more technical stuff? Some do, some don't. But in most cases, when dancers come to dance, they want to have fun. They want to be challenged, but they want to be challenged.
They want to succeed.
And win. So they want to feel like they've achieved something. And you can do that. It doesn't really matter where you do that. Like, for instance, heads pass through, left, I'm sorry, not left, reverse, wheel around, and lead left. Sorry, heads, reverse, wheel around, left. Heads, wheel around. Now that's got great flow.
Mm.
But instead of, you know, and you can do the same thing, heads pass through, reverse wheel around, and lead to the right. Because those flows, now the first one is just essentially lead to the right or lead to the left. And from there, any lead to the right, lead to the left singing call will go. But just by doing that, by adding that wheel around or reverse wheel around and following with something else, a right and left through, lead to the left, and following with something like a swing through. It is another good example. Like, same as a lead to the right, but that feels so different. The only thing you have to remember is you can't do a circle to a line after that. But you can do I've got a partner line, even though it's rotated. So if you've got heads lead to the right, circle to a line is your sequence. Well, heads right and left through and lead to the left, veer to the right, bend the line, takes me to a partner line. It's just not a 1P, 2P, it's a 4P, 1P. Number 4 with their partner, number 1 with their partner instead of 1 and 2. You know, little things like that are going to give the dancers that feel of this is weird and wonderful. After that, you know, how would you get out of a partner line to an Alaman left, Marina?
How would I get out of a partner line to an Alaman left?
Just yeah.
To an Alaman left. Right and left through, slide through, pass through.
Okay. So right and left through, slide through, pass through. Now, is there a mirror image of that? Can I do a mirror image of a right and left through? No.
You could do you pass through and reverse wheel around.
Perfect. And I want to do a slide through, pass through. Okay, what does start through and pass through equate to?
Right and left through.
Now, start through and pass through.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said
you could do a left square through 2.
There you go. Now, if I called heads lead to the right, circle to a line, right and left through, start through, pass through, Alaman left, that's danceable, it's doable, it's great. I can do the same thing for the sides, do it. But then if I change to sides, right and left through, sides lead to the left, veer to the right. Couples circulate uphill twice, not doing anything with it. Bend the line, pass through, reverse wheel around. Or I can do a right and left through, start through, pass through, or a left square through. I can do all sorts of different things. You know, I'm in a partner line. If I go back to my partner line, oops. You know, I want to get to that corner. I can do all sorts of things. Square through 3 will take me. Yeah.
You're out of sequence at the moment.
Yeah, I know. I do the same thing with the left. All I'm doing is I've got my people where I want them to be. I've got everybody's with their partner. I can do all sorts of different things with it. If I'm here, where are we here? There's the right hand line. You gotta do that. There's my partner line. So instead of doing all of those things like that, right and left through, start through, pass through. Remember that? Well, sorry, that should have been a 4.
Cool. Yep.
So now I just by doing a left version, a left square through, a right and left through, start through, pass through, a pass through, reverse wheel around, left square through 2, or a left square through 4. I've done that exact same sequence
But it feels completely
for
different.
the collar. Now I do that for the heads. I've done that for the sides. I'm out of music. And that's, you know, it's when you do something like this, you know, left hand versions, right hand versions, or, you know, here's a sequence from a partner line, pass through, boys run, hinge. I think that's from partner lines, isn't it? I'm not even sure where I'm at. It could be part of the line.
Yeah.
That's our sequence. Well, if we use that sequence, we reset. Let's just take it to, oh. Why is that not changing?
Oh, we're breaking it.
Do it the old-fashioned way. Pastor boys range. Okay. So when we do that, if we change that to, and that is what our sequences and everything else, well, we know we've got a lead to the right. We also know that right and left through lead to the left is an equivalent.
Yeah.
Circle to a line we can't do, but we can do that veer left, bend the line. So let's just do that. If we do heads right and left through, heads lead left, right, line. Okay, and that's the same as the same as that. Partner line. And promenade. So it's, you know, you can do anything symmetrical. Well, not anything, but most things, probably about 85% of the things that you call regularly when you set up a tip, you can do your tip symmetrically. If you want to give that variety, just add the symmetrical mirrored version of it. That way the dancers are familiar with right and left through. Lead to the left is a natural body flow, followed immediately by veer to the right, bend the line up to the middle and back.
Yeah.
Suddenly they've got their lines. Pass through, they know. Girls run, that's going to feel different, but hinge doesn't, trade doesn't, run doesn't, couple circulate is uphill. That's the only thing that feels different. Bend the line. I could have done a left square through 4 here if I wanted, because it's followed by a trade by. But I just did a square through, trade by, box that, right and left grand. And any one of those you can mix and match. So my dancers are now going to have innovation, variety, familiarity, but that feeling of a challenge without being challenged. And where I'm going to give them that challenge is heads to the right and left through, lead to the left. That little bit of emphasis is going to feel, oh, left. Their natural body flow is taking them that way. I'm putting in their mind that, oh, this is different, even though it's very simple. Veer to the right, because they're used to veering to the left. Bend the line, pass through, girls run. Well, how often do you do a girls run? All the time. But emphasizing girls run to the left. Oh, what the heck? It just happened there. And then left hinge. All of this is natural flow, but how I say it, how I present it is going to feel that little bit of innovation, that little bit of challenge. They'll have that. They'll be successful at it. And suddenly I've given them a real tough dance that they've succeeded. They feel good. I'm bored because I've called the same figure 6 times. All I did was change square through to touch a quarter boys run, or square through to right and left through, start through, pass through, or square through to, pass the ocean, swing through, turn through. Or pass the ocean.
The dancers don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say callers get bored long before the dancers do. There are some of those dancers, like you say, though, that do want that challenge, the technical, the DVD. And if you get enough of them, great. Start a new venue, bring them to your house, dance in the basement if you have a basement. Basements aren't really big here in Australia, I found out. But, get a little hall, get a group together, have a deck party, give them what they want. And suddenly now you've got 2 nights a week calling. Now you've got something for them to strive for, something for the other group to strive for. And chances are they're going to come to support the main group and have fun dancing, because the sociability is what's the fun part. And then they're also going to dance with their own group, because it's that challenge and innovation that they're seeking is the satisfaction of that other need. Unfortunately, for too long, what we've done is we've catered to that 5 out of 10 squares that is technical, because we know that these guys, they're having a problem keeping up. It's more fun to call to the ones where we can push ourselves as callers and not be bored. But we don't have the numbers to sustain that anymore.
Yeah.
All of these sequences are in that handout that I posted in the chat. I learned a long time ago with Yolanda that she likes to write everything down. So if I'm doing something here, I'll copy it and then I'll paste it in the chat, or I'll have it in the notes. And all these sessions, all of these notes, the presentations, the handouts. Earlier I posted the link to the OC Callers website. Did I send that to you as an email? You.
Maybe.
Do you get the invitation by email or just on the Facebook page?
I picked it up off Facebook.
Okay, I can add you to the email invitation list if you want.
That would be wonderful.
Okay, so
I don't think I get anything from email.
your email address. What's your email address?
Do you want me to whack it in the chat?
Yeah.
Instead of spelling it out?
Yeah, probably easier because I can just copy and paste it. Yeah, so I put in, it's the OC Callers website, www.occallers. Mark is also in the chat here. Mark is my co-host for those sessions on the ASH series, the Australian Sensible Hours series.
Are they the morning ones?
Yeah, 9 o'clock Sunday morning.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure how I'm going to go at 9 o'clock, but we'll see.
But, you know, but all of the videos and everything else, if we go to that website, where is it?
I got to say, I don't mind a 1 a.m. session. Back and I worked it out. The last time I joined one of these sessions, I couldn't work out the time difference, and it was telling me 3 a.m. and I'm thinking that can't be right. And I worked out it's because we're in daylight savings and America's out of daylight savings that it was 2 hours later. For the life of me, I couldn't work out why it was so late. And I did join at 3, but by 5:30, 6 o'clock, I was feeling it a bit.
That's why on mine, I do this.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I can work out time differences fairly well, but for the life, I'm going, no, I'm sure last time I joined, it wasn't 3 a.m. Like, that's so late.
And
That's
how he
almost
does that
morning.
when he's not going to host the meeting and he has me host them, I tell him, okay, but you still got to make the links for everybody to join the meeting because I can't figure out all them time zones.
Yes.
Hey,
I think it's
Mark,
an option when you do your Zoom invitation, isn't it? That you can settle, it does it automatically.
you can set a notification. Like what a lot of people have done is they've just set the time on their time zone. And they just go, and then when the times change, they just put it in their calendar so it pops up with the link. Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
I'm just noticing you're calling there. You got a
Yeah,
hands
that was
in,
me.
yeah,
Oh.
you got a hands in pocket thing going on there.
Yeah, I got handcuffed for that too.
But yeah, now Lorena, this is the site I was talking about.
I
So
think, was this?
even though it's Orange County in California, on the new callers resources, you've got, you know, caller school expectations, links to behind the mic, various modules, and then you've also got these class.
Yeah, I did find this website the other day.
Yeah.
But I didn't, did I? I could only find a few things. I couldn't find everything.
Yeah, well, if you go into this thing, caller class videos.
Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, so these are all the videos. You can watch the video, but like this one's on body flow. This is.
So they're your morning ones, is that right?
Yeah.
They're your
and
not stupid hours ones.
Well, depends on where you are. but also on here, I believe.
Yeah, you got to go up a little bit higher.
Yeah, these are the ones with Don Beck. So Mark also posts his session here. Is that mine or is that Don's?
Those are still Don's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. I had to go all the way down. I didn't get that far down.
And then all the way down at the bottom, there's a link to the other one. Well, it was there.
GSI series.
Yeah, somewhere
Right
in
here.
there. There
GSI
it is.
Caller School. So what both Dan and Mark are doing is a lot of these videos, because they're very extensive, and the archives that Caller Lab has are very limited, and they don't like putting all of these kinds of things. When I do these sessions, what I like to do is, you'll get, like, for instance, like here's one on programming I did or whatever, or writing your own singing calls. So you'll get the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
But you also get the text that goes with the PowerPoint presentation. And then any other notes that go with it, so that you could actually give this presentation. A lot of callers associations actually take these and they do them. And then there's just, you know, different things that you can do, different choreography that goes with it.
Fantastic.
So as you go, it's just a resource. Like we've had, you know, Tony Oxendine, Kip Garvey, all sorts of different people up here. And this is what I say, like this is Tony came in and did one on adapting singing calls. So although there's nothing that goes with it, the video's there. But his slides are here as well.
That's why I decided to put them all on the website, was because YouTube, you can't really attach the files.
No.
And there's lots of, like I said, we've been doing this since what, 2000 and 2018, Yolanda?
Yeah, you guys had started before I joined.
Yeah. But we only started recording them.
Yeah.
And Mark, thank God Mark's around because he knows this, because every time you record one of these video files, it's something like 300 megs in size. And I couldn't figure out how to email that or Dropbox it, but he's got most of the ones for the last few years and all the notes and whatnot that go with them. So it's a very good resource. And what's nice is you can go and watch the video. If you can't make a session, you can always go and watch the video after. You've got the documentation with these things. Like there's also, let's just pick one of these things. This is what basic is not boring. Success with a few basics.
Yeah, the first one we have on there for your afternoon one is May 2nd, 2020.
Yeah. So this is what, and this is along the line of what you were doing, a one night stand. Okay. And hey, what's it take? Here's a one night stand.
Fantastic.
There's so much information.
And it's all, I like laying it out step by step by step. And then in some of these, what I've done is like, here it is, but you can also just copy this, paste it right into Taminations. So, you should be able to just go like this, if I've done this correctly. And did I close Taminations?
There it is.
Okay.
It won't work for all of them because we spell center CENTRE, but but when you think about this, this is a one night, and what have I done? I've done a star through, an arm turn, pass through, face in, forward and back, pass through, bend the line, pass through. The hardest thing in there is a star through, and yet you do that with a group of dancers on their first night. That feels like that, that's a singing call. And I do singing calls right from the very first night.
Yep.
They're going to be dancing singing calls because I personally think that that's important that they do.
Yep.
And on this one, here's a singing call: pass through, wheel around, half sachet, and star through. Wow. Wait a minute. This is not hard. SSD 1, week 1 is harder than this.
See, that's the sort of thing that we do as part of our ABC, and probably things that I would do as a one night show. But yeah, I would, like, I've never thought of doing turn through in your last one. I never would have.
Yeah. Well, why not? You do an Alaman left.
You can't get plus dancers to do a turn through.
Yeah, I know, but you can get brand new dancers to face your corner, do a left arm turn, come back to your partner. Heads,
Do a right arm turn.
Heads, half sachet. Go straight ahead, give a right arm turn, come back to your partner, courtesy turn. Heads, turn through, you turn back. Heads, face your partner, right arm turn all the way around to your corner. Give a left arm turn, back to your partner. Pass through, face in. Everybody go straight ahead, or heads, go up to the middle, give a right arm turn, come back to your partner, courtesy turn at home, back away, sides, up to the middle and back. And I'm dancing basic night 1.
Yeah. Good on ya. I like that.
You guys want to try anything? Do anything? Look at anything in particular?
I'm looking for SSD. So if we can, and easy plus, and both would be full square.
do anything on SSD on here, I think. We did a few sessions on SSD, didn't we?
Hmm.
What level of SSD are you looking at?
I don't know. I've just been asked to become a guest caller for another group. That has actually heard me call last year, so go figure. They know
Okay,
what they're
well,
in for.
I strongly, very, very, very strongly. Let's first off, let's get out of that and go here. Okay, so this is the kind of thing that you need to have down. So if you get asked to go and do an SSD dance, like this is lesson 1 of square dancing for SSD. You know, you've got promenades, stars, courtesy turns, ladies, chain, family, pass or wheel around, reverse wheel around. My God, you got more material there that you can shake a stick at.
So I was looking in the SSD color lab, and they were saying you can fractionalize the circles as well.
Sure. Circle left 3/4, circle left half. Heads lead to the right, circle 4 left, halfway. Pass through, trade by. Circle left, halfway. Pass through, centers, circle 4, left, 3/4. Back away, you're home. Outsides, wheel around, everybody's home. You know, how you want to mix and match that. But like I say, if you're asked to do an SSD dance, this is, and I highly recommend that this you have in front of you. And you say, right, where are you in the SSD program?
I left them an email to that. Yeah.
Because let's say they're doing if they're doing SSD 8 tonight, and you're calling in 2 weeks, then you cap your evening at SSD 8. You may want to add a Ferris wheel and a trade by, but that's it. Do you need Pass the Ocean and Zoom? No. Do you need Extend? No. Ferris wheel, you might, because it's a fun move. Trade by is good for calling. So if you expect them to be at 10, but they booked you and they were only dancing 8, you gear your evening for 8, and then you look at, okay, what 2 movements do I want to add on that? And when you think about it, that's a lot of material there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same with your plus program. You know, if you wanted to look at your plus program and you want easy plus, you know, well, what is easy plus? That's going to be different from it for everybody.
Yeah, I'm gonna visit the group, watch what they have, and then incorporate.
Oh, like, can you still see my screen? Yes, no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Hang on a second, I don't know what I've done here. Is it there? Can you see Taminations?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I would take the same approach. Like, for instance, if you want to do plus. So let's say, I don't know, pick a movement. Give me a movement.
Oh. From the plus program?
Yeah.
Okay. AC-DC.
Just AC/DC. Okay.
That's a
That's fine.
I would consider that easy.
Yeah, well, it's end, circulate, center, straight.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and now, what other movements have they got in the plus program? Like,
Well,
do they dance a full plus program?
Um, the group is just getting set up. It's a, so, we're gonna see what they know and what they don't know.
Okay, so would they know load the boat as an example is what I'm asking.
I'm certainly hoping so.
Would they know chase right?
I work with them in mainstream
Okay.
last year.
Are you introducing plus?
They've got the basics, but I don't think they've done it for the last couple of years. So
Okay. So you're on a fishing expedition is essentially what
yes,
you're doing.
that's
Okay, so let's do something easy then. So you've got heads lead right, here, left, bend the line, pass the OCAN. Okay, so now we've got partner waves. Okay. Follow circulate. Now we've got opposite waves. Everybody's got their opposite. Okay. So here's where we would do AC, deuce it. And you notice how I set that up with a circulate first.
okay.
So now they've got the flow, and the difference between a circulate and AC deucey is the centers don't circulate, they trade. So we do our AC deucey. Now I want to change that up. I want a different flow. So let's make it feel different. And we're getting into mainstream, but we're still dancing just a little bit different. A spin the top there. Ooh. This one they should know. Grand swing through. Everybody knows how to do a grand swing through. Okay. And then we could do explode the wave, or we could do you think they would be able to do explode the wave?
I don't know. This is a group that's just getting set up.
So this is what you do. Explode the wave. That's your option. Okay, and because they're getting set up, I'm cutting these a little bit short. Okay, so I've got this now on the bend the line. I can do a forward and back here. I can do the pass through, swing your corner. I can do a pass through, Alaman left, come back to your partner, turn partner right, go back to your corner, courtesy turn and promenade. Anything to fill in that time to get to that 64 beats of music. But I'm roughly shooting this at about 60 beats of music. So now I've got a corner progression. And I might want a second singing call, so let's keep the same kind of theme. Heads, lead right, circle, line, pass the ocean. Instead of this, I want a scoot back, heads in. AC, deucey. This time I've got the girls circulating and the boys trading. Great, no problem. Going through twice. Boys trade. Girls turn back. And then that's your corner. If I didn't want to do that, I could just do you swing your opposite and promenade, but you get the idea. Yes?
Okay, so why did you take a U-turn back out?
Oh, I could say you could do a U-turn back and promenade, girls turn back and promenade, or you could do a swing your corner and promenade. You can do either or. You notice how I'm setting this up for this? Look where they're at. They're in this, still in the bottom flow, but the right-hand side of the quadrant, so that they've got just that little bit of extra time to do their promenade. Let's paste that in the chat for you. So what we've got is AC/DC.
Yeah.
But the next thing you want to do is pick out what you want for a module. You know, you're preparing your evening. So you've got AC/DC, grand swing through, maybe explode the wave.
Yeah.
Depends if they got that, but let's just concentrate on those two. So what you want to do is you want to say, okay, so what am I going to do with those two movements? Okay, well, I start with my modules, and the first thing I want to do, of course, is I want to have, let's just say, a corner box to a corner box module, or a partner line to a partner line module. Right?
Yeah.
So if we reset that, we set up, for instance, a corner box. So if I want to go corner box to corner box, I want, keep it simple, just use one module. So let's go swing through, AC, DC. Boys run, wheel and deal. To the center, centers, flutter wheel. Like basically you can just make up a module.
So I did some two couple plus the last couple of years, so I can use all my two couple corner box to corner box as long as I make sure that
No,
maybe not, right? Because sometimes we would do things like partner trade.
you can use them as modules and fillers, but you got to remember this is what you're focused on, AC/DC.
Hmm.
Okay, so
But
you've
if I
got,
had what I'm saying is if I had a corner box to corner box
yeah,
in
you
my
could
two
use
couple with an
any
AC
two
DC
couple.
in it.
You wouldn't be able to do an AC/DC with a full square and call AC/DC expecting two couples to do it. Because AC/DC is one of those movements that moves one of the dancers across on each side of the square. It moves two dancers change sides. When you're only dancing two couples, basically you're calling ends
you're
trade,
right.
centers trade. So the next thing you want to do is you want to create another corner box module. So we set up our corner box. And we might call something like touch 1/4. Okay. AC, DC. Hinge. AC, DC.
Okay.
There we go. Now, look at what we have here. See that grouping? That's your corner grouping, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they're actually in a corner box ocean wave.
Okay.
You see that? If everybody took a step backwards?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can do all sorts of different things that make that. You know, swing through, AC. You remember your magic modules? Swing through, girls circulate, boys trade, boys run, bend the line.
Mm-hmm.
AC, DC.
Oh, okay.
Run, the line. Now look at that. We've got a corner box to a corner box. Now we've also got a corner box to a partner line. and you focused on AC-DC. And that's what you want to
Yeah.
do, is you want to do something along that line, set up a couple of simple, easy to remember modules that are going to focus on what you want to do. You've already got a singing call, so now you build your, a corner box, a partner line to corner box, a corner box to partner line, and a get out. Now you've got enough material to mix and match these things in to fill up an entire tip using only AC-DC. And you can get lots of variety doing that. If you add another movement like grand swing through on it, you can do all sorts of things with that. If you want to, I don't know, let's say you want a, your standard swing through, girls circulate, boys trade, boys run, bend the line. Well, end circulate, centers trade is an AC-DC, so you can do that. You can also do things like if you wanted to use explode, swing through, AC-DC, explode the wave, or slide through pass through if they don't know, then tag the line face in. We're in a zero line, or sorry, a partner line.
I'm just going to interrupt and say I have to run. Thank you both for a really fun session. It's been really good.
We're here
I'm glad you came.
every
It was
Sunday.
fun.
I may not
Mhm.
tune in. I may not tune into all of Dawn's. I try to get to all of them. I've missed a couple.
Yeah, I try to get to all of them, and I think I've made it to 2 in the last year. So that's okay.
But like I said, we're here pretty much
they're
every
taped.
Sunday. His is at 1 in the morning or 3 in the morning for us, depending on what the time change is. And mine are
Well,
always going to be at 9 a.m. on Sundays.
I'm now I've promised a coworker that I would learn some singing techniques for groups with people with Parkinson's, and their classes are held in New York. So I'm going to join their 3 p.m. session now. If not now, then probably never, because I never wake up at 5 o'clock on my own. So I'm going to go do that now, and I'll see you hopefully next week.
You take care. Hopefully
I'm
we'll see
sick
you again.
enough.
Bye.
Thank you
Have
both.
fun.
At least now you know if you do miss them, you know a place where you can go back and watch them with all the material that goes with
I
them.
do. That's good. I'm glad I found it.
Good. Take care.
Okay.
So does that make sense?
That's
to you at all?
helpful. So besides the caller lab, the SSD and the plus there, are there any other places where I can find material?
Yeah. Your bathroom. It's called a mirror. And I'm serious. Don't try and write out long sequences of material, because all you do is you make it really, really hard for yourself to learn. This is corner box, touch a quarter, AC-DC, hinge, AC-DC, swing through, AC-DC, boys run, bend the line. Well, this is touch a quarter, AC-DC, touch a quarter, AC-DC, swing through, AC-DC. Wow, 3 AC-DCs there in a row, and suddenly I'm in a partner line. After that, what do you want to do with a partner line? Pass through, wheel and deal, double pass through. First go left, next go left, promenade home. A partner line, any kind of partner line, get up, right and left through, start through, pass through, Alaman left. You can pick that up at any single time, short, pithy, snappy sequences. And you can
And
do
I can
that.
use all my mainstream get outs, right?
Yeah. The first movement on the plus program is circle left.
Mm-hmm.
You want to have a mainstream get out for that? Great, use it. What I would, right, got a bit of a hiccup there. What I would also strongly recommend is you, well, this is a partner line. I don't know why I keep wanting to say partner, zero line, but this is a zero line. You want a zero line resolve. Well, let's keep the thing. What are we using here? Bend the line. Oh, great, zero line. Partner hinge. Haven't done a partner hinge, have we?
No, I don't think so.
You call that your floor is probably going to break down, but a partner hinge, you could easily say, face your partner, touch a quarter, AC-DC. Boys run, couple circulate, wheel and deal. If your group is fine, let's just put another get on here. Let's go pass through, wheel and deal. Now, if they are a plus group, they've probably done this. Double, pass through, track, two, whoop, whoop.
Okay.
And then guess what? Swing through, AC, doozy. Oh, look, I've got a couple paired. You can resolve from there easy enough, can't you? That corner grouping is just almost right there. So if we go boys run, Ferris wheel.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh, look, and I've got a paired couple in the middle. They're in sequence. The outsides aren't paired. And they should be home.
Okay.
You know, you can do a, you can do that. Let's just take it to line. Why does it not want to make lines? I don't know why it doesn't do that. Very strange. You can use any kind of your flow when you think about it. Like for instance, flutter wheel past the ocean, AC doocy, and spread. Ooh. Now
Maybe
you've
looking at
added,
this.
okay, so if I do a, let's just set up some body flow here. So we'll go a pass through, bend the line, right and left through. I haven't done, I've just moved the partner line around.
Okay.
Flutter wheel. Pass the ocean. AC doocy. And spread. You AC doocy, any of your stuff can go in there. You know, if we go back to that partner line, if we go back to that partner line, pass the ocean. AC doocy. Now, if they don't have explode the waves, slide through pass through. If they do have it, there, oh, wheel and deal. Oh, look at that. I've got the centers paired. They're all in sequence and the outsides are not matched. And if they don't know Dixie Grand, take it back to mainstream. And that's just, you know, centers pass through. Everybody pass through trade by. That's what Dixie Grand is anyway.
Pass through, everybody trade by.
No, pass through. You'd have centers pass through, everybody pass through. Or you can do from here, double pass through, leads trade. Alaman left. There's lots of ways you can do it. You know, now you notice I've been using pass the ocean AC-doocy instead of swing through AC-doocy. So all I'm doing is just taking that theme and I can do the same thing. So there's my partner line. Pass the ocean. AC-doocy. Remember that first one that we had with the thing? So let's do a linear cycle. Or recycle and sweep a quarter more if they don't know linear cycle. Do to a wave. Let's add do to a wave. There we go. Remember this one? Grand swing through. Then top. Now from here, look, everybody's once removed from their partner. Circulate, slide through, and roll. You've got all sorts of different things like that. If you want to, like you're more comfortable with the same kinds of things, let's get to our partner line again. Let's go, it's past the ocean, the east, trade. Partner line again. Keep the same thing.
Oh,
Past
okay.
the ocean, AC-doocy. There's my theme. What did I use last time? Linear cycle.
Yes.
So if they don't know linear cycle, same thing. Corner. Now I've got a corner box to a corner box, a partner line to a partner line. I've got a corner box to a partner line. I've got a partner line to a corner box. I've got a partner line to a resolution. And I've got a corner box to a resolution. And I've got a singing call. I've now got a complete tip with short modules.
yeah.
Look, there's one, there's a module, there's a module, there's a module, there's a module. You know, you've got this kind of shortness going on here that you can easily set up on a sheet of paper, refresh at a glance, and away you go. If you're doing with the SSD program, you can do exactly the same thing. You know, let's pick out a piece of music here.
Well, they're supposed to have all the calls for the SSD.
Okay, well that just makes it very, very easy for you.
Mm-hmm.
So let's try. That's not an SSD one. So here's the cue sheet for who cares.
Okay.
So there's SSD week 2, there's SSD week 4. Well, basic, mainstream, that's the mainstream program, right?
Yeah.
But is there anything in that mainstream part? Sorry, head square through, no, right hand star, left hand star, right and left through, swing through, boys run, yeah, that's fine. Half tag, scoot back. Oh, guess what? That's a full SSD program right there.
Mm-hmm.
Head square through, swing through, boys run. That's also SSD. So there's figures for the SSD program at different levels right there. There's 4 figures, singing call figures.
Okay. That was called who?
Who cares?
Well,
I don't think it's been released. It's one that I recorded.
Oh, okay. That's why I didn't see it yet. Okay.
If you want. Where's Flutter Wheel on SSD? I think that's week 6, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Flutter Wheel is on SSD.
No, I was just trying to remember where it is on the SSD program.
Oh.
I think it's week 6. Feedback's at the tail end of the SSD program. Williams Medley, what's that one done? SSD 5, SSD 7. No. I have to look at a couple of these to see what level of the SSD program they're at. Just throw some singing call figures in there. D1 singing call. Give my heart to you. Please handle with care.
I like that one.
Color relief on the SSD program? I can't remember.
I hope so.
I can't remember if it is. I don't think it is. No, it's not.
Nope.
It is not.
I copied out the alphabetical list from Taminations. I figured it would be easier to find stuff.
And the top is not on the SSD list either. Paging from- as a PDF. Shitload of sequences on it. Those are full sequences, by the way. Should be in the chat. Fishing in the Dark remix.
Well, this is going to be a lot more comfortable knowing I've got this.
One that's an SSD 8.
Yeah, I've actually done fishing in the dark.
There you go. Yeah, I've recorded that with SSD 8, SSD 3, 5, Vocal A1, Mainstream Plus, Basic, SSD 3. Light candle. There's a lot of material there for you.
Oh, a lot. Thank you so
But-
much.
But like I said, any one of those, make sure you double check them.
Oh yeah, that's part of me learning how to use Taminations and
But always, you know, with these things of singing calls and all the rest of it, what you got to remember is what you want to do is take a singing call figure for the singing call you're going to be doing. And then from that
But-
singing call,
but
build a worksheet. So it's got a
Mhm.
few corner box, or like don't ever go more than 2 corner box to corner box, 2 partner line to partner line. At least 1 conversion, but on any of these, the maximum you want for any tip is 2. I would
Okay.
start with 1 because it's lots of material to mix and match. And when you add on the fact that you've got your foundation modules, you've got so much material, you will run out of material long before you run out of music.
Yeah.
Or sorry, you run out of music long before you run out of material.
Well, I've been asked to guest call once a week. So,
Is that an entire dance or a tip?
uh, tips to begin with, but they're trying to nudge me into covering for the caller at least once this summer. So that will be a whole dance. So
So,
that's a little over my head at the moment, but it's basically it's a lot of
what you want to do is you
back-to-back
want to
tips, right?
prepare at least 2 for every night. So prepare 2 singing calls. Well, you should actually be preparing about 3 or 4 singing calls, but 2 sets of pattern. And your singing calls will have the same theme. So you might do Fishing in the Dark, Ghost Riders, Neon Moon, and I don't know, Fisherman's Luck, whatever. I don't know, but 4 singing calls that you'll have prepared each night. The singing calls will have the same figure. 2 of them will have the same figure, the other 2 will have the same figure. So Neon Moon and Fishing in the Dark may have exactly the same figure in your singing call. And the reason you do that is so that when you prepare your pattern, the modules you're going to use for your pattern will support either one. Because given your situation, for instance, let's say you've got Fishing in the Dark, and he knows you're going to do that, you have a caller that's there that might just say, right, my second tip, Yolanda, you're going to do the 3rd tip even, great. And on the 2nd tip, he gets up knowing that you've got Fishing in the Dark prepared, he's going to do Fishing in the Dark.
No. This is a group. This is a
No,
caller.
I'm just saying this
Yeah.
is something that could feasibly happen, whether
Yeah.
intentionally or not. So you have a second one prepared, Neon Moon, whatever it is. It's got the same figure, so you don't have to think, but you practiced it.
Okay.
You've already got your pattern with your modules. You practice those. You know how to work. You know how to mix and match. Get in, corner box to corner box. Get out. Get in, corner box to corner box to partner line. Get out. Get in to a partner line to partner line to corner box, Alaman left. And you just mix and match your modules. And because you practice them, all you got to do is look at them very quickly on the side of the stage or on the computer screen. You've refreshed it. You can call it. You can focus on the dancers. You don't have like that one sheet that I sent you with Cajun drums, the pattern. That's written out because that's what I called on the pattern, on the actual pattern call. So it's written out full. But if you actually want to break that down, it's just a series of modules.
It works for some people, like Lorraine.
Yeah.
And that's what you want to do, is you want to practice it.
She has all these different colors of hairs on her.
And the more you do that, you're going to find that, oh, I've suddenly got this tip, I've got that tip. Then you can start interchanging your singing hall figures, interchanging your pattern, building your repertoire, freewheeling a little bit, and then go back to your modules, set it up and work your isolated site resolution, all those kinds of things. Set up your corner box, do your corner box module, and then do some isolated site. Convert your corner box to a partner line and do some isolated site from a partner line. Just pick 2 couples, left side or right side, and do your isolated site. You can do all that. This is the key time when you want to start learning those skills.
Yeah, it's going to the next level.
Mhm.
If we're not going to use terminations, we take it off the screen?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Mark, are you still recording?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to stop?
That's up to you. Yeah.
I've just been bouncing in and out of here, so that's why I didn't turn it off.
Oh, I didn't even know we were recording. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, do you want all this stuff for everybody, or?
Look, I stopped it.
So
I stopped mine.
Okay,
No,
so
Yolanda.
so I mean, perfectly honest, if you're stopped now, so we're not recording, then I can be a little more open about. So perfectly honest, I'm scared out of my mind because I thought, okay, I was gonna slowly but surely work on my choreography this summer and only have one group. And so this group is a spin-off of another group that I've been working with. And so to be asked not only to call two different levels that I haven't really, I've been sort of getting ready for SSD because my floor group might go to SSD in September. But I've done plus, but I've done 2 couple plus, not 4 couple plus. And when they said, and then, oh, by the way, this summer, you should be ready by then to call the whole dance. And I'm going, oh my gosh. I was quite ready to be a square dance guest caller for the rest of my life, right? That would have been quite comfortable. So
What you have to do is you have to let go of trying to dance plus, which is bastardized for 2 couples, such as swing through AC Doocy. Okay, in 2 couples, that's end straight, center straight. Let go of those ideas. Most of plus deals with 2 couples, but you have a square to interact with. So instead of 2 couples, set up heads square through, then do your 2 couple stuff. You know, box the net, center straight, boys run, 3/4 tag the line, girls face right, cut your diamond. You know, this kind of stuff. That's just 2 couple dancing. And then when you get ready, you can do your isolated sight. And that's what you've got to remember is when you're doing that, what you were using with the modules, other than those bastardized things, such as Ferris wheel, I'll just pretend do a wheel and deal instead, or AC Doocy, well, that's going to have a completely different action with 2 couples than it will with a full square. But most of this stuff you're doing, swing through, boys run, ladies hinge, diamond circulate, flip the diamond, ladies trade, linear cycle, slide through, is just 2 couple calling. So your 2 couple calling is suddenly a 2 couple isolated sight box module. And you can do that from a diamond, you can do that, you know, take it from facing lines, you know, heads lead to the right. Oh, great. Circle to a line, or however you want to get there. Well, instead of saying swing through, boys run, box the net, centers trade, boys run, ladies hinge. Now you're in point to point diamond. Oh, that feels really weird for the dancers. Diamond circulate. In your point to point, flip your diamond, ladies trade. In your own 4, linear cycle, hinge it, fold it, pass it, peel it, slide through, you're backing your partner line. Still 2 couple calling, you just rotated the 2 couples, and the other 2 couples just have to be standing beside them. But it will feel very different. And you've got to get your head wrapped around that, because it's no different for 86% of your calling is no different than 2 couple calling.
Yolanda,
mm-hmm.
you're not alone.
And if
Well,
you,
I made
I'm in the same boat.
I am so I made, somebody had asked me last year. They said, well, have you ever considered becoming a Zoom caller? Like, you know, a call, not just a guest caller, but a caller, Zoom caller. And I said, well, I don't quite think I'm ready for that yet. I will let you know. You know, and I thought I got away with it. But this caller knows me well enough and has been nudging me, you know. So one of the things, you know, the one time that you sort of made me co-host and stuff, and so I'll need a little more practice on that, because I will be they have the full intention of having me hosting this summer.
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna be
so
the. Oh, go ahead.
so one of the things they've been doing is the regular caller and his co-caller both ended up going to Caller Lab. So they basically said to me, well, if you will sort of take over the group, we'll see if we can have a backup caller, but be prepared if necessary that you know, at least hosting the group because one of the other callers wasn't feeling well and stuff like that. So they're nudging me further and further into learning more and feeling more comfortable taking over more of the duties.
Good.
That's good.
Yeah.
One of the things I wanted to show you, you said you're used to doing 2 couple plus.
Hmm.
Okay, so that little sequence I gave you, that's not me making shit up. That's just a singing call module.
And
it's a
I've
very,
got
very
Andy Shore's plus singers.
it's a very common singing call module. But watch what I'm going to show you here. Okay, so here's the sequence. You've got swing through, boys run, ladies hinge, diamond, circulate, flip the diamond, ladies trade, linear cycle,
I keep that hand
through.
sanitizer around.
Okay.
Not that anybody uses
So
it.
that's the 2 couple module that's there.
Mhm.
Now watch what happens.
So that's I was gonna stick them all into eight and see how many of them worked.
Okay, now watch what happens here. If I do Ed's square through. Okay. So have a look at couple number 4 here.
Pineapple reduces your cholesterol. That's good to know.
Okay, so that's my corner box.
It's gotten hot in here.
Okay, so I'm only calling to these 2 couples. But I'll do exactly the same thing. Playing through, boys run, girls hinge, diamond, circulate.
No, you forgot the D.
Diamond, circulate, left the diamond,
Peanut butter
ladies,
toast somebody made.
trade,
Oh, a 14-year-old daughter made it. Nobody makes better chocolate fudge than Rose Hall did.
see it, I'm right back in my corner box.
Love
Hmm.
She used cocoa powder.
Okay, so if
Well,
I did, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. That's what I was thinking. If I could, I
Now,
thought there's a lot of.
the secret of these 2 couple modules. So if I do a slide through,
Only $10 for 2 sets.
Oh, okay.
okay, now I'm in a corner line. I know square through 3 will take me out of a corner line, right?
Yeah.
To an element left.
She sent me this
Well,
card.
if you remember,
Couldn't even get it in the system. It was like expired.
Yeah.
okay, instead of swing through, box the gnat, center hold on, centers trade. That's the same as doing a swing through.
Oh,
Or make a wave, scoot back, centers trade. That's the same as doing a swing through.
okay. Wait a
Right
sec.
there.
Let me write. Can I just write this down? Because these I like equivalents. So touch a quarter, centers trade.
No. Box the gnat,
Oh, box. Okay.
make a
Box
wave, and centers trade. That does the same
as a swing through.
swing through. Same does, do si do, make a wave, scoot back, and centers trade. Equals swing through.
Okay.
And the same as if you did single circle to an ocean wave, center for only, scoot back, does the same as a swing through. All of
Okay,
these
remember.
things
Okay,
equal
wait a second. Now
through.
remember, I hear slower auditorily. So single circle.
To a wave,
Okay.
centers trade. All of that equals scoot back. Or equal swing through.
swing
sorry.
through.
Okay. So
Okay.
if we look at that,
So then I can take all of these equivalents, and then when we had the head square through 4 swing through, I could substitute that swing through for a box
Yeah,
net to touch a
you,
quarter
you can
center.
substitute any equivalent in at any point. You can substitute a right and left through equivalent. You can substitute a star through equivalent. You can substitute a square through equivalent.
Okay.
And it becomes a completely different module without changing the module. It feels different.
Yep.
So if you remember, that's our module. Swing through, boys run, girls hinge, diamond circulate, flip the diamond, ladies trade. Okay.
Yep. And I should color code them.
Hello, Alan. So when you have these kinds of things, you can use them. But what we're concentrating on, a lot of people coming in.
I think we've. What time is it?
You guys are really,
Doing it
really
early.
late.
Hello, Jeff.
I myself don't recognize either names.
Neither do I.
Did somebody?
Hello there.
Okay. I'm assuming they're all callers.
I don't know. I think we may have a crossover here.
Yeah.
Are you guys here for square dance calling, or are you guys here for something else entirely?
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Pretty good. Sorry, I'm just having an issue with my Windows at the moment. Give me a second.
I don't know if we're in the wrong group or you
Yeah,
guys are in the wrong group.
I think there's been some
hello?
confusion in the emails here.
Where the
How?
fuck am I?
Wait, you can draw?
Wait.
No.
Okay, well,
Wait,
it could be.
how?
We were holding this session open from about 1 o'clock in the
Yeah.
morning in the
Wait.
US. I might just close this and you guys can come in again. It might be a completely different session.
Annotate?
What I'll do, Mark,
Oh my.
I'll open up my session
Yes, let's do that.
and you guys
hello?
can just tap in on the link.
Okay, so
Wait, who are you guys? Wait,
so,
who are you? Wait,
um,
what?
I just
Come
gonna
on, you guys are here. What the fuck?
the-
I've just joined. First off, I've just fucking joined. Fuck's sake, Mel. Fuck's sake, Rocket. For fuck's sake. Fuck this. You're gonna fucking motion for the goodies. The fucking goodies monster.
You're cut off. You cut off. You soon.
I just muted him.
Fucking you got fucking Mario though, Oliver. Oliver, you got fucking Mario though. Shut the fuck up, Oliver. Fuck up. Fucking Mario though.
Yo, man,
Fucking...
fuck, nigga, stop that shit. What the fuck? Yo, man, give me them cheeks, nigga. What the fuck is you talking about? Fuck. Yo, man, stop fucking removing us. I'll slap the shit out of you for that nigga. Stop that dick, nigga. You pussy ass nigga. Stop the shit out of you, bro. Nigga. Stop that shit.
Tell this man got a bald ass head, bro.
I slap the fuck out of that fat ass nigga.
Why did the football coach go to the bank to get his quarterback?